I'm Javi, and I got Botox Cosmetic. There was a particular photograph. The lines were so prominent, it's all I saw. It made me feel like, okay, it was time to get Botox Cosmetic. I'm still Javi, but I just have fewer lines.
Talk to your doctor about Botox Cosmetic and whether it's right for you. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
I hope so. Sure. Where is? Do you know where the best place is for everybody? You mean like an easel board, right? Maybe right here in front of. I mean, I don't care where you put it, but maybe right here in front of the bench. You know, it's like you don't want to be too far; they can't see it. But then you want guess what? I don't know. Does your witness need to see it too? No, I'm just gonna write. Okay. You talking about me?
No.
I was like, I mean, I don't need to really see it unless I have to. You see it? I mean, you all can also move around. I was gonna say, if I need to see it, I'll just come down there.
What do you think? Is it too far away if we move it back a little so I can still see it? Is that okay? But as long as the jurors can still see. I can pay.
Out of state, sir. Out of state. Submit your invoice.
I mean, see if they say no.
They've been saying things up there. So
Sure.
all right, they can come on in.
Next for the jury.
You guys are pros now. It's great.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Sure. Sure, take your time.
That's just,
You all can all sit down if you'd like.
who else need the board? Somebody else need the board?
Anybody have anything that they need to report or talk about? Okay, great. Ms. Jones Brown, are you prepared to call your next witness? Thank you. Good morning. Hope I never raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good morning. Could you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Lauren McCann.
Where do you work?
I'm employed at the Central Forensic Lab, which is located in Frankfurt.
And who runs the central lab?
It's all the laboratory systems are under the Kentucky State Police.
What sort of education and training do you have for your position?
So I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science with an emphasis in biology from Eastern Kentucky University. Upon being hired at the laboratory, I underwent extensive in-house training under qualified analyst and the technical leader at the time, doing written exams, oral exams, observing casework of qualified analysts, as well as being competency tested in each bodily fluid.
How long have you worked at Central Lab?
8 years.
And what is your position title?
I'm a forensic scientist specialist too, and I test items for the possibility of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Did you receive items of evidence in this case in 2016?
Yes, I did.
And what did you receive? Yes.
So I received a blood standard from Larry Ordway, a blood standard from Maurice Gordon Jr., a buckle standard from Christopher Jensen, a buckle standard from Lenny Frazier, a buckle standard from John Lyle, a buckle standard from Emily Sutherland, a buckle standard from Brice Rhodes, a buckle standard from Anwan Carter, a buckle standard from Japori Taylor, left hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, right hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, a leather strap from Larry Ordway, right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon Jr., 2 knives, 4 pieces of carpet cuttings, 2 carpet padding cuttings, a blanket, pillow, a towel, sheet, carpet cuttings, a sock, a latex glove, washcloth, and paper towel, a Nike shoe, a Reebok shoe, an Air shoe, swabs from the front driver's side interior door of a Mazda, swabs from steering wheel of Mazda, swabs from gear shift of Mazda, swabs from front driver's seat recline lever of Mazda, swabs from interior rear driver's side door handle of Mazda, swabs from rear passenger side interior door handle of Mazda, swabs from front passenger side interior door handle of Mazda, swabs from front passenger seat recline lever of the Mazda, swabs from driver's seat back near the headrest of Mazda, swabs from interior door seal, rear driver's side door of Mazda, swabs from rear passenger side floorboard of Mazda, and Timberland boots.
Write some of these down. How do you and LMP work to ensure that you all know what each other's talking about?
Sorry.
Are there numbers
Oh, yes.
associated?
Yeah, so the agencies always have their numbers of the items that they collect. And then when it comes to the laboratory, they're given unique identifier numbers and a lab number when it comes into the laboratory. That way it's tracked through the laboratory system.
So,
So my numbers will look a little different.
for instance, on the carpet cuttings, is there an LMP number and a lab number? for those?
Yes.
What would be, LMP numbers?
So for the carpet cuttings, I have 63A, another carpet cutting 63B, another carpet cutting 63E, another carpet cutting 63F, and then I've got carpet padding cutting 64B, another carpet padding cutting 64C, and then carpet cuttings I have 75.
So when we're saying 63 A, B, C, does that mean they all came from what started out as 63?
That would have been the number that from the submission form that it was assigned from the law enforcement agency that submitted it.
When you receive items, what state are they in? How does LMPD send them to you?
Yeah, so we have a quality assurance standard being at the laboratory. Every item that comes to the laboratory is properly sealed based off of the qualifications in our quality assurance manual. And so what I mean by a proper seal is it will be taped so that there's no openings. And the person that was last either opened the item would put their initials over the tape.
When you received the items in this case, what did you do with them?
Yeah, so when I received these items and pulled them from the freezer, I performed serological analysis.
And what does that mean?
Yeah, so it's the identification of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
How do you do that?
Yeah, so for blood testing, there's two different tests at the laboratory. I'm going to explain the test first. We have a presumptive test, which what I mean by a presumptive test, it's a test used that a positive result is a good indication that a bodily fluid is present. If that result is positive and there's enough staining present, I can take that sample forward for a confirmatory test, which conclusively determines that bodily fluid to be present. So when I'm opening an item, I'll do a visual examination and look for any possible staining that could possibly be blood. I then would perform that presumptive test. The presumptive test is looking for a component found in blood, and in the presence of this component, it turns a swab a pink color. The absence of that pink color is the negative result. And then if that sample is positive and there's enough staining there, I can take it forward to that confirmatory test. And it's similar to a pregnancy test. A portion of the sample is added onto a card, and 2 lines will indicate a positive result and 1 line will indicate a negative result.
Okay. And so for all these items, did you go through and do a presumptive test and then move on to the next test?
So we'll open, every item is opened separate from other items. So each item, if I did perform the presumptive test and wanted to test it for the confirmatory test, it would have been done right after.
And is it your role to test these items against the DNA submitted by known persons and to conclude if people's DNA is on the items?
Yeah, no, so I just test for the possible presence or absence of bodily fluids. And then if I have any positive items, send it forward for DNA analysis.
Does another analyst do the next step?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go through these items. Let's see, you tested item 20, the strap. What did you find?
So I have, So I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 20, the leather strap, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
So presumptive. Oh, so what does that mean?
So I have written in my notes that the staining, so whenever I'm testing an item for blood, if there's not good transfer from the swab, from the item swabbing, I'm deeming it QNS hemotrace, which is our confirmatory test. So the quantity was not sufficient. I didn't want to consume any more of that sample from a preliminary standpoint and sent the sample on for DNA analysis.
And did you do any testing of the fingernails?
I apologize, I misspoke. Sorry, I did test this one with hemotrace. I'm sorry. I did test it for the confirmatory test and it was negative. I apologize. The strap.
Okay, so presumptive positive but not confirmed.
Yes, that is.
Did you test the fingernails?
No, I did not.
Did you send those off for testing with somebody else?
Yes, I did.
Let's see, next on the list is the H knife. What did you find on the first?
No blood was found on the knife. No blood was found on the knife.
How do you, did they send you the actual knife?
Yes.
And so how do you,
Yeah, so I would open the items separately and the entire item will be tested. So I will test for the possible presence of blood. If there is, if I do have a positive result, I can then take swabs from the handle for owner user swabs.
looks like the next on the list is carpet cuttings. And I only wrote down two, but you actually had 4 different carpet cuttings, correct?
5.
Good. Was it 2 carpet padding cuttings?
Yes.
And 2 and 4? Or 5 carpet cuttings, sorry.
I have 5 listed on my,
So for the group of carpet cuttings, we'll get to the carpet cuttings in a second. What did you find on those? The first one would be number 24. Numbers.
items 24. The carpet cutting contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive. So I took it forward, that presumptive test was positive, and then took that sample on for the confirmatory test.
With the confirmatory test.
It was positive as well. So it confirms that blood is present. However, our test at the laboratory is presumptive for human origin because our test cards can also test positive for ferret blood, human blood, and higher primates.
Ferret blood?
Yes.
So I am on this chart going to circle in red when it is
Okay.
distinguished from the unconfirmed. What was the, and so when you confirm blood, is that the end of your analysis?
Yes.
What happened with the next one? 25.
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 25, the carpet cutting. So it was just positive for that presumptive test. And I did not take it forward for a confirmatory test.
You do not,
I did not know.
and why is that?
So this exact cutting, no apparent staining was visualized. So when no apparent staining is visualized, I'm going to perform something called a comprehensive swab. So I'm going to be testing that entire item for the possible presence of blood. So where I can't visually see staining, I collected swabs from the carpet cutting that will go straight on for DNA analysis.
So I've written lab 24, CSU 63 on this carpet so that we can keep this one straight when we talk to the next.
Okay.
Was there further testing of other carpets?
No blood was found on item 26, the carpet cutting.
What about 27?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 27, the carpet cutting.
Two, because 2 of the carpets had presumptive positive.
I have 34. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 34, carpet cuttings.
And then the carpet padding. Rhodes.
Yes.
And those were CSU, were our LMPD members, what were their LMPD members, and what were their lab members?
Lab number 28, CSU 64B, then 29 and 64C.
What were the lab, or what was the lab?
Oh, sorry, 28. 9, yes.
So what was the result of 28?
Item 28, the carpet padding contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
So you concluded that was human blood.
Confirmed that it was blood, however, it's presumptive for human origin. Yes.
Will the next analyst confirm if it is human or not?
So our DNA analysis at the laboratory is human specific.
And then 64C.
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 29, carpet padding cutting, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
Then you received a blanket. What was the LMPD number and what was the lab number?
The lab number was 30 and the CSU number was 67.
Okay, and what was the result of that?
Sorry, I was looking at the CSU number. Item 30, the blanket contains blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
So that's sent on then?
Yes, I did send 2 cuttings from the blanket on for DNA analysis.
What about the pillow?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 31, the pillow.
And was that further confirmed?
I did not send on that in the initial submission due to the fact that it was a small, per my notes, cutting from the fringe of the pillow, so it just wasn't a good sample to send forward in the initial submission for DNA.
What about the towel?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 32, the towel, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
And the sheets?
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 33, the sheet, but the presence of blood could not be confirmed through further analysis.
Yeah, and you already spoke to this perfectly up here, right?
34, I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 34, the carpet cuttings.
What about for items 36, glove?
So presumptive testing for
Claritin provides powerful allergy relief. Plus, it won't make you drowsy like Zyrtec can.
or the paper towel.
Was there a shoe that resulted in any
Yes.
results here? Sorry.
So I have item 37, CSU 80. It's a Nike shoe. No blood was found on the Nike shoe.
And then 80, CSU 81.
The Reebok shoe. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 38, the Reebok shoe.
And I'm sorry, but just to be clear, items, your item 30 is CSU 67.
Mhm.
And then just going down this list, we have 68, 69, 71. Let's see, the glove would be, carpet 75, glove 79, and Reebok shoe 81.
Yes.
Did you test any of the swabs from the Mazda that you received?
I tested. The swabs from the driver's seat back near the headrest of the Mazda. And that was presumptive testing for blood was positive.
And was that confirmed?
No, it was just the presumptive test. And I also tested no blood was found on the swabs from interior door seal, rear driver's side door.
What about rear passenger side?
And no blood was found on the passenger side floorboard.
Okay, and then you tested a pair of boots.
Yes. Item 51, the boots contain blood. Presumptive testing for human origin was positive.
Did we cover everything?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find some hair?
Yes, I collected some hair from items, which is routine, so that if the trace section utilizes them at a later time, that they're collected off of the item.
When was your report complete and sent back to OMPD?
My report was issued on February 7th, 2017. And the items would have been released after that. They were released at the end of February, it appears.
And by release, did you send some on for further analysis and some back to OMPD?
Yeah, so I sent some samples that were positive for DNA analysis, and then the other items will be returned to the submitting agency.
So did you send all the blood standards and buccal standards on for the next analyst?
Yes, that is correct.
And what else did you send to the next analyst?
So all the standards, the left hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, the right hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, the leather strap from Larry Ordway, the right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon. 24.1 is cutting from carpet. 24.2, cutting from carpet. 28.1, the cutting from the carpet padding. 28.2, a cutting from the carpet padding. 30.1, a cutting from blanket. 30.2, a cutting from blanket. 34.4, cutting from carpet. 41, the swabs from the steering wheel of the Mazda. 42, swabs from gear shift of the Mazda. 44, swabs from interior rear driver's side door handle of the Mazda. 48, swabs from driver's side seat back near headrest of Mazda. 51.1, swabs from left boot. 51.2, swabs from left boot. 51.5, swabs from right boot were held for DNA analysis.
Now, you said you sent two different swabs from, for instance, the carpet cutting and the carpet padding cutting. Why did those get broken into?
So when I'm testing an item such as a carpet padding, and if there's a positive area, I would take either a swab or a cutting from that large item to send that small portion on for DNA analysis. The DNA analyst won't get the bulk item.
So did you take more than one swab from, for instance, a piece of carpet?
Yes, yes.
More than one swab from a piece of carpet padding?
Yes, I took multiple cuttings from the carpet and carpet padding.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Defense, do you have any questions? Okay.
I want to start off with an easy one. My report has a different last name for you.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
That has changed.
Yes, it has changed. I was Wickline when I issued the report. Yes.
Got confused there for a second. I want to look at. Back to that. When you're doing your testing, I think you told us you test lots of cases. This is your job. You're doing this all day.
Yes, that's correct.
When you have a case like this, the reason that you have sort of a variety of possible results is because you're casting a wide net, right? You're trying to figure out as much as you can piece of evidence.
Yeah, so I'll test and collect based off of the positive results. That is correct.
Now, one thing you were talking about is presumptive tests. A presumptive test is not a positive test. That doesn't necessarily tell you what the ultimate conclusion is.
Right. It's a good indication that a bodily fluid can be present, but that's correct. It cannot conclusively determine that.
So when you get that, that's sort of an indication to you, hey, we should look more at this.
That's correct. Yes.
And we've already heard testimony in this case about things like Blue Star and luminol. Those are other examples of presumptive tests.
Yes, they are. We don't utilize them at the laboratory, but they are used out in the forensics field.
I was going to ask you that. So your presumptive test is a different sort of presumptive test.
Yes, that is correct.
But you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And those are also presumptive tests that are used to say, to look at something and say, maybe there's something here worth testing.
Yeah, that is correct.
But they're not the ultimate answer to the question, right?
Right. Yes, it does not conclusively determine a bodily fluid to be present.
There are multiple things that, for example, can make luminol or Blue Star hit. Maybe I shouldn't use, is that the right word? You guys say a hit?
Well, I don't utilize that testing, so I don't. There are other, I know it's not, there are other things that can test positive. Yes.
And there, told us that there are multiple things that can cause a positive test. Let me be careful. Presumptive,
Yes.
a presumptive positive test.
Yes, there are other things that can test positive.
So that's why some of the things that you got a presumptive positive result actually ended up not producing a result for blood, right?
Yes, there are many reasons why. Yeah, that is a possibility. There also it could be an older stain. It could be a limited nature. So there are other things. But yes, that could be a reason why it's a presumptive positive, but not confirmatory for blood.
Okay. And the reason you're doing that is to try and get the accurate result, right?
Yes.
And you don't want to guess. Right, that's bad science, right?
Yes.
Guessing
No,
is
we
bad
do not
science.
guess at the laboratory.
So I want to walk you through a little bit of what you were just testifying about. I may jump around a little.
Okay.
If I am confusing, tell me.
Okay.
You examined 2 knives, and I think I'm going to use, your report has 2 different numbers.
Yes.
So should I be using the ones that are in the brackets, or should I be using the other one?
You can use the other one. That would be good.
All right. So, and the jury may not care about this, but I just want to make sure you and I are talking about the same
Yes.
things. So I'm talking about number 22 and number 23.
Okay.
All right. those were two different knives,
Yes,
and you examined those.
yes. Item 22 was a chef mate knife. And then item 23 was a stainless steel knife with a black handle.
Okay. Both of them are different types of kitchen knives. Is that fair? One said it had the word chef in it.
Yeah, I put in quotation marks. That was what was on the actual knife itself. I don't have any indication of if there was any words on the other one.
Sure. I guess I was just trying to distinguish, since we don't have a picture of it. These aren't, they're not butter knives. or
Right.
something. They're more, I'm not trying to be tricky here.
Yeah.
They're knives that you would have in the kitchen, right?
Based off of my notes, yes.
Okay. And both of those knives were tested by you,
Yes, that is correct.
and you're able to conclusively testify that there was not blood on either one.
No blood was found on either of, let's see here.
All right. You also did some testing of, I shouldn't say the Mazda because it's swabs from the Mazda.
Yes, that is correct.
You actually got a lot of swabs from the Mazda, right? Well, term a lot is probably not one you like. How about this? You got 10, is that right?
Yes, roughly, yes.
And based on the information you were given, they were from a variety of spots.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You said one was a question mark. You weren't sure. And I think you said maybe you sent it on. Is that right? Number 48?
So I have presumptive testing for blood was positive on item 48, the swabs from the back headrest or back seat near the headrest.
And then you sent that on then to the
Yes.
to the lab.
Yes, that is correct.
But you were given 9 other spots, and those different spots from around the Mazda were negative. They showed no blood.
So I did not test the other ones. I just sent them straight for DNA analysis.
Okay. I thought that there were some that you had tested and they came back negative. For example,
Oh, 49, yes.
49 and
sorry.
also 50,
50,
right?
yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, so the 49, the swabs from the interior door seal and the rear passenger side floorboard. No blood was found, yes.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'm getting a better job finding this photo. I apologize, but you guys don't have any photos, do you?
Can you all come up for a second? I think I can help. Thanks, John. Great work, John.
I'm bad at finding photos, and I apologize for that.
Oh, it's fine.
But with some assistance, I have now found them. These are not photos that you took.
Okay.
But these are photos that we saw of the Mazda.
Okay.
All right. And in particular, this is, do you recognize, you said you don't use Blue Star, but but you're familiar with how it works?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Okay. And this is a photo that was shown to the jury. I'm showing the witness photo number, exhibit number 137. And you can see the blue lighting up there, which is a presumptive positive for Blue Star, right?
Yes, presumptive for blood, yeah, or presumptive test used with Blue Star, yes.
This exhibit 137 is actually a photo of the rear floorboard from the Mazda,
Okay.
which would line up with which of your items?
The passenger side floorboard?
Yes.
No blood was found on the swabs from the rear passenger side floorboard of Mazda.
So a positive or presumptive positive result from Blue Star, for example, when tested further by the lab, shows in fact no blood.
Yes, presumptive or no blood was found on item 50, the swabs from the floorboard.
All right, I promise I won't show you any more photos. I want to turn to a different item that you tested, which did show not only presumptive, but actually showed blood, and that is the item 51. Am I right that you actually broke down? Well, first, so the jury knows, we're talking about Timberland boots.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You actually tested that in multiple spots, is that right?
Yes. So the boots were black. I swabbed some visual staining in my notes, but also performed comprehensive swabs too. So any positive areas I did take forward for DNA analysis.
Can you explain to the jury why that item was treated a little bit differently? You got it as one item, but you broke it down into multiple. How does that work?
So the sub items that were created were the positive collections from the item itself. And so the DNA analyst doesn't get the bulk item. We'll take either swabbings or cuttings from items and send those for DNA analysis.
And in fact, on those boots, how many spots or items did you isolate?
I took 8 different swabs from the boot, but only sent a few on for the first round of DNA testing.
Why did you take so many from one item?
So the staining, per my notes, was pretty small. The areas were pretty small, so just sending additional items on for DNA analysis.
Well, I'm going to contrast that for a second with, for example, items 37, 38, and 39. Those were also shoes, sneakers to be specific. But am I correct that you did not do multiple swabs on those?
So for the item 37, no blood was found on item 37, so I wouldn't have collected anything from that.
Right.
The Reebok shoe, I have, that was a comprehensive swab, and it was positive in one area, so I took the collection of that one area. And then 39, it was the same. Let's see here. I took one sub item from item 29 as well, or 39, I apologize.
Okay.
Yes,
But from the Timberland boots,
or 2 swabs, sorry.
no, you're fine. From the Timberland boots, it ended up being 8 swabs, right?
Yes, Based off of getting both of the shoes, I just collected multiple areas from each shoe.
And in fact, those swabs tested positive for blood.
Some of them did, yes.
Yes, some of them. No, I
Yes.
am. And those were sent on further to the lab.
Yes, that is correct.
And when you get things from the field, you have information, they're sealed.
Yes.
And you have information, the chain of custody is what I'm gonna
Yes.
call it. I think. Part of your job is to maintain a chain of custody.
Yes, that is correct.
And you rely upon the information that you were given.
Yes, that is correct.
You don't go back out and reinvestigate the case or anything.
Right, that is correct.
So when you're doing your work, your results are based upon, in part, the information that you received from the field.
Yeah, it could be location, but the testing is performed based off of our training and procedures at the laboratory.
So you have no way of knowing, other than what you get in that material, exactly how the procedures were or were not followed prior to you receiving it.
Yes, that is correct. I can only testify to when the items come into the laboratory and are given that chain of custody from the lab.
So you have to presume that it's legitimate when you receive it,
Yes, that is correct.
but you don't know.
I can't testify to anything that's prior to me doing my analysis, just that when it comes to the laboratory, our quality assurance is from this time that the items are into the laboratory to where they leave, that they're being tracked and maintained of high quality.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. This has previously been entered. What is this? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I can recognize it. It has that unique identifier on the yellow label on the front. That's the unique identifier that it gets when it comes to the laboratory and is tracked through. I can tell based off of our lab number and the item number and my initials on the yellow label that that was an item that I processed.
And what item number is this?
It is the blanket,
Okay.
item 30.
Is this also something that my lab looks at?
Yes, that is item 29, the carpet padding cutting.
And just for the record, this is 135 for the purposes of our evidence. And would all the other items that you examined have been similarly taped?
Yes, that is correct.
No other questions, sir.
All right, thank you for being here. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Commonwealth's next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Stephen Barrett.
Good morning. Have you raised your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Could you tell the jury your name, please?
My name is Stephen Barrett.
Where do you work?
I work at the Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Laboratory in Frankfort, Kentucky.
What is your position there?
My current position is Forensic Laboratory Supervisor, though at the time of processing this case, I was a forensic scientist specialist too.
And what training, education and further training did you have for that position?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Western Kentucky University. And then upon being hired at the laboratory, I underwent serology and DNA training.
Did you analyze items in this case?
I did.
And did you receive those from Lauren McCann, who just testified?
Lauren McCann placed the items into our temporary evidence cooler, and then I took them from there.
And are the items tracked through the lab to make sure they are secure?
They are.
So I would like to go through these items. Did you receive a number of blood standards and buccal standards
I did.
to compare against each item?
I did.
Did you analyze the left hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway?
Yes.
And what did you conclude?
No DNA profile foreign to Maurice Gordon Jr. was found on item 21.1. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. You said left-hand fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway, didn't you? My apologies. That one was 18. Also, no DNA profile foreign to Larry Ordway was found on item 18.
So that means that his DNA was there, but nobody else's?
There was no DNA that was not associated with him. That's correct.
And how, can you tell the jury about how you do that analysis?
Sure. The initial analysis with fingernail clippings, it would start with taking 2 swabs, moistening them with sterile water, swabbing over the surface of those swabs as the collection step. And then that and all the other samples that are processed for DNA analysis start with an extraction. And so the extraction is where we are purifying the DNA. We're getting rid of all the other cellular content that's available on the sample. Once we have the DNA purified, we want to know how much DNA we have. That's called our quantitation step. And after quantitation, the quantitation lets us know, do we have enough DNA to proceed with analysis? And if we do have a lot of DNA, we want to normalize it to an amount that we know works best for our systems. If we have too much DNA, then we can't observe anything because it's just so much blowing out our systems and it makes it hard to read the profile. So we normalize it to this amount that through our validation, we know works best for the system that we have. Once we've done that, we're able to separate it out and develop a profile. And to us, these profiles look like peaks, like ridges. And those ridges are all associated with a number based on the number of times the DNA repeats at that location. And those numbers are what we're using for comparisons.
Were you analyzing, what substances were you looking for? In this case, would it be blood? Would it be touch DNA?
So the DNA would be consistent. DNA is the same throughout your body. And so for this analysis, it's looking at whatever DNA is present on the sample that's being processed.
So does it matter if it's, I mean, can you tell if something is blood, urine, semen, touch, skin cells?
No, because the DNA is the same throughout the body, there isn't a way to distinguish at DNA analysis if the sample or if the DNA came from blood or skin cells or hair or whatever the source may be.
And is that why you rely on the previous testing to tell you if the blood was confirmed or unconfirmed?
That's part of it. The previous testing also on bulk items helps us locate the areas that we want to focus on our testing.
Okay. Did you test your item 20, which would be the strap?
Yeah, so I received the strap from Lauren McCann, and then I swabbed 2 separate areas on that strap. One, there was a knot from where it appeared to have been tied. And so I swabbed the knot area and designated that 20.1. And so the DNA profile from 20.1, which was the swabs from the knot, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Due to the complexity of this mixture, no meaningful comparisons can be made. And so when we're looking at a DNA profile, we have what we can call a single source, which is a profile that appears to come from one individual or a mixture. And this is a DNA source that is comprised of DNA from multiple individuals. So sometimes we can look at that mixture and make determinations about it. Again, when I said we observe it as peaks, sometimes there's parts of the DNA where the peaks are really high, and sometimes there's parts where the peaks are really low. And we can separate those out and determine individual profiles from that mixture. Sometimes the peaks are all relatively the same, and they may even be at such a low level that we can't make any distinguishing characteristics between that. We can't make any discernment about how we would interpret that mixture. And at that point, we don't have enough confidence in the data to make any kind of comparison. So we don't know we know that there is DNA here. We know that there's enough DNA to assume that it at least came from 3 different individuals. And because of that, we know that because we know that a person has no more than 2 results at each location. And that's because your mother gave you one and your father gave you the other. Sometimes they're the same, so they represent as 1, but they could also be 2. And so when we start counting 5 and 6 results at a location, we can determine that it had to come from at least this many individuals there. And so we also have these thresholds that we set for our data. If the thresholds don't meet a certain level, and again, that's based on our validation work, and validation is just where we process thousands of known samples so that we know how the results interact in our systems. But if they don't meet these thresholds, we don't feel that we have enough confidence in the data to make any statements about it. And so in this case, the majority of the data was in that range. And so we felt it was too complex to make any determinations.
Okay, so you know it was 3 people, but you don't know what 3 people.
That's correct. And then, so the other part was Lauren McCann identified I believe it was phenolphthalein positive stain on the leather strap. So I swabbed that as 20.2. And the partial DNA profile from item 20.2, which was the stain that was identified on the leather strap, is a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited nature of this profile, no meaningful comparisons can be made. And again, that when I say partial profile, it means at the 23 locations that we're looking at, we didn't receive results. We didn't obtain results at all those locations. So it's partial. And then the data was at low enough level where I didn't feel that it met our thresholds to make any conclusions about.
When you're saying 23 locations, do you mean on a strand of DNA?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that word that you said?
Phenolphthalein. It's the presumptive blood test. It's the color change test that is the first blood test that we do.
So the phenolphthalein was something that she put on the leather strap?
No, so she would have, in her visual observation, she would have identified an area of staining, swabbed that area, and then applied the phenolphthalein to the swab. And it has a bright pink coloration if the possible presence of blood is there. And so then she may or may not go on to the next test depending on how much sample is present.
And are you testing the strap or the swab? How does that work?
So the stain, she had identified the location of where the staining was on the strap that she tested. I swabbed that staining and then performed the test on the swab from that stain.
All right, next we have, I believe she sent some items for carpet cutting.
Yes, I have 2 cuttings from the carpet, 24.1 and 24.2.
What did you do to analyze those?
The same process of extraction, quantitation, amplification, and then obtaining a DNA profile.
And what were your results?
The male DNA profile from item 24.1 cutting from carpet and item 24.2 cutting from carpet matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is 1 person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southland, Brice Rhodes, Anwan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor. Additional DNA is present on 24.1 cutting from carpet, but is too limited for interpretation. So that's a big statement. And I'm sorry that we have to read it all the time, but we have to provide all the information that's there. And so a male DNA profile. So this means we had a single source profile from 1 individual, an estimated frequency of 1 person in 590 octillion random individuals. This means that if I tested 590 octillion individuals, I don't expect to see this profile 1 time. There's also
how many individuals are alive today?
the world population is roughly 8 billion, excuse me.
And how many is an octillion?
An octillion is 27 zeros, where a billion is 9 zeros.
Thank you.
And then, so it also has additional DNA is present on item 24.1, which is one of the carpet cuttings. And so in this, it's not enough additional DNA to be a mixture, but there is one or two results at a couple of the at two of the locations that we know it's not part of this single source. There's a big separation in the peaks, right? It's not enough to be a mixture. It's a single source, but there is something additional there. But it is too limited to make any kind of conclusions about.
Which one was that, 0.1 or 0.2?
That's point one.
One other. Then you had the carpet padding, which would be item 64, 28, sorry.
There are also two cuttings from the carpet padding, 28.1 and 28.2.
What were the, did you do the same test?
I did.
And what were the results?
So the results are different on these two, so I'll read them one at a time. The male DNA profile from item 28.1, which is one of the cuttings from the carpet pattern, carpet padding, matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile was one person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Sutherland, Brice Rhodes, Ann One Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
What about 28.2?
28.2. The partial DNA profile from item 28.2 is a mixture of at least two individuals. 28.2 is the other cutting from the carpet pattern. Larry Ordway can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated one person in 820 quintillion random unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Sutherland, Brice Rhodes, Ann One Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to this major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component. And so we see that it's a mixture because we see enough DNA represented by at least two individuals. It is partial, so sometimes that happens with what we refer to as degradation, where the peaks on this side of the results degrade, and so that kind of ski slope. So we could lose results on this end of our profile from the way that it's represented to us. But the results here, because they're shorter segments, they're easier to amplify. And so we can still see a separation between what we consider a major profile and the remainder of the profile. And so these interpretations are done prior to making any comparison to standard. And so when I obtain the results of analysis from the DNA analysis, each of these samples are independently observed and determined what can be said or what can be interpreted by these samples prior to making any kind of comparisons to standards. And so is it a single source? Is it a mixture? And if it's a mixture, can I say anything about that mixture? Can I make any interpretations to that mixture?
Let me just circle back to these two to make sure I'm understanding. 28.1, you said that it matched Larry Ordway at a certain, I don't want to say this wrong. Could you just?
Sure. It matched Larry Ordway with an estimated frequency of 590 octillion individuals.
And that, did you say there was a second source on that sample as well?
Not on 28.1. That would be one of the cuttings. 28.1 was a single source profile coming from one individual.
Okay. So then on the second cutting from there was a mixture of two individuals?
Yeah, the second cutting, 28.2, was a mixture of at least two individuals.
And Larry Ordway can be included as one of those people?
Larry Ordway can be included as the major contributor with an estimated frequency of one person in 820 quintillion.
And you listed some people that couldn't be included. Is that for the major contributor?
That's correct. That's only to the major component. The minor component didn't meet our thresholds to be able to make any interpretations to.
So it could be one of those other people or it could be somebody else.
No comparisons were made to any of those standards, and no comparisons could be made to that part of the mixture. So we couldn't determine if anyone was or was not included to the minor component.
Okay, I believe you also tested item 67, a blanket. Is that correct?
Yes, there were two cuttings taken from the agency item 67, which was our laboratory item 30. And those are 30.1 and 30.2.
Did you conclude about 30? Was it, I'm sorry, was the same test done?
It was.
What did you conclude about 30.1?
The male DNA profile from items 30.1 and 30.2, which are cuttings from blanket, matches Maurice Gordon Jr. The estimated frequency of this profile is one person in 920 nonillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Larry Ordway, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Satherland, Brice Rhodes, and Juan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
How many zeros are in a nonillion?
There are 30 zeros in a nonillion.
And is that more than a billion?
It is.
And were, in that case, was that a single source or a mixture?
Both of those were single source profiles.
I believe you were also sent, let's see, the carpets cuttings, 75. What did you conclude from that test?
Yes, I did receive one carpet cutting, agency item number 75, or laboratory item 34. No results were obtained from item 34.4, which was the cutting of large piece of carpet.
And why is that?
There could be multiple reasons. It may have been too limited in quantity for us to observe or detect. It may be so degraded, like we talked about before, to where the quality of the DNA is not sufficient to be detected. But at the DNA step, there weren't any results that were detected in that.
Did you analyze a number of swabs from different parts of a Mazda?
Although I don't have the
You
indication.
don't know it's a Mazda, sorry. Did you analyze swabs of a gear shift, an interior rear driver side door handle, a driver's seat back near the headrest?
I did.
Did I say all those?
And also
Four
swab-
different car swabs?
Yes, swabs from your steering wheel as
Steering
well.
wheel. Okay, what did you, is this the same type of test?
It is.
And what did you conclude?
The partial DNA profile from item 41, swabs from steering wheel, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Brice Rhodes can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated one person in 110 quintillion random unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Larry Ordway, Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Satherland, and Juan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to the major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component.
What about the swabs from the gears?
The DNA profile from item 42, swabs of gear shift, is a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Brice Rhodes can be included as a contributor to the major component. An estimated one person in 4.6 octillion random unrelated individuals could be a contributor to this major component based on the relevant United States populations. Larry Ordway, Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Satherland, and Juan Carter, and Ja'Cory Taylor can be excluded as contributors to the major component. Due to the possibility of undetected genetic information, no meaningful comparisons can be made to the minor component.
What about swabs of interior rear driver's side door handle?
The partial male DNA profile from item 44, swabs of the interior rear driver's side door handle, is too limited for meaningful comparisons.
We have interior door
I have 48
48. So
driver's seat back.
near the headrest. What is that?
The partial DNA profile from item 48, swabs of driver's seat back near the headrest, is a mixture of at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited nature of this profile, no meaningful comparisons can be made.
And then rear passenger side floorboard.
I don't believe I have that sample for analysis. Do you have an item number?
Okay. Did you also test some Timberland boots?
I did test boots. I don't have the information of what
Is
brand.
it item 51?
Item 51, yes,
And you didn't receive the actual boots, right? You just received swabs?
that's correct.
What did you conclude from that?
Okay, so there are 3 sets of swabs taken from the boots. The male DNA profile from item 51.1, swabs from left boot, and 51.5, swabs from right boot, matches Larry Ordway. The estimated frequency of this profile is 1 person in 590 octillion random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Maurice Gordon Jr., Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southerland, Brice Rhodes, Anwan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor. Additional DNA is present on item 51.5, swabs from right boot, but is too limited for interpretation.
What about 51.2?
The male DNA profile from item 51.2, swabs from left boot, matches Maurice Gordon Jr. The estimated frequency of this profile is 1 person in 929 million random unrelated individuals based on the relevant United States populations. This profile does not match Lori Ordway, Christopher Jensen, Lenny Frazier, John Lyle, Emily Southerland, Brice Rhodes, Anwan Carter, or Ja'Cory Taylor.
When was your report complete and made available to LMPD?
This report was completed and made available on October 23rd of 2017.
And prior to that, was it reviewed in some way? What is y'all's process for review?
After I complete my analysis and make my interpretations, I'll write a report, and that report, along with my entire case file, is then technical reviewed. This means that another analyst that's qualified in the analysis that I performed reviews all of my notes, they review all of my interpretations, and they're reviewing the entire case file to make sure that I followed all the laboratory protocols for the case and to ensure that they agree with the interpretations that I made in this case. After that review is complete, it's then administratively reviewed. The administrative review is similar to a tech review in that they're looking to make sure all the correct information is documented, all the correct lot numbers were used. They're looking for typographical errors and things of that nature.
And why did it take until October of 17 for this to be completed?
This case was assigned to me in June of 2017. It took me about a month to do the physical analysis and the interpretations, and then it took about 4 months for the review process.
And would there have been a similar time pressure down before it got to you?
I don't recall the circumstances before the case, whether or not there was any time pressure involved in this one.
Well, is the lab generally on a bit of a backlog?
Yes, typically the lab is at least a year for results from the initial submission.
And is that just because of the number of cases in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
Yeah, and especially at this time, we had much fewer, about half the staff of analysts that we currently have. And even now, we still have that same backlog. The case submissions have been up, but a lot of it has to do with the number of analysts that we have and the amount of work that is submitted to the laboratory.
Thank you. No further questions.
Good morning. There were about 27 items submitted to you for this DNA analysis, correct?
I believe that's roughly correct.
And so you conducted the DNA analysis on roughly 18 of the items against 9 DNA standards. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And of the 18 items that you conducted that DNA analysis on, only 2 items came back as a positive DNA match to Brice Rhodes.
if I could restate that just a little bit, there were 2 items that had an association to Mr. Rhodes. One was item 41, swabs of the steering wheel with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 110 quintillion. And the other was item 42, swabs of the gear shift with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 4.6 octillion.
Thank you. And the remaining 17 items were either tested for a match against Brice Rhodes or were inconclusive or unable to be tested, correct?
I believe there's 16 items remaining where comparisons could be made to the profile. They did not match Mr. Rhodes. There are portions of these profiles that no interpretations could be made. So nothing can be said for or against inclusion at that point.
And there were a number of items, I believe about 5, that you were ultimately unable to obtain results for. And I can walk you through those 5
Sure.
if that helps.
There were 5 items, 20.1, which was the swabs from the knot from the leather strap, 20.2, the swabs from the staining on the leather strap, 34.4, the cutting of a large piece of carpet, item 44, swabs from the interior rear driver side door handle, and item 48, swabs from driver's seat back near headrest that were either too partial to obtain a profile or too partial to make any interpretations to.
And you were, let's talk about the car for a minute. You were only given 4 samples from this car.
Yes, I was given 4 samples from a car.
And I believe you testified you didn't know what car it was.
That's correct.
Because you're not taking a car and putting it through a machine.
That's correct.
You're taking swabs. Are they like Q-tip swabs?
Essentially, they're a little longer. And Q-tips only, or the cotton's only on one side, but they're essentially very similar to that.
And before you obtain those Q-tip type swabs, there's a number of people who handle the evidence before you get those swabs, correct?
Those swabs were collected by the agency, I believe, and then submitted to the laboratory, and they would have went through our chain of custody. When I received those swabs, all the seals were intact on those. But yes, they would have passed through multiple people.
And you're not present at each step of the process.
No, only from when I received the evidence myself personally do I have physical custody of those swabs.
But you're generally familiar with the processes that those folks would have gone through.
Typically, yes.
So that the first step would have been either a detective or a lab on the scene identifying what could be blood or DNA.
My understanding is that they do have individuals that collect those samples. I don't know if they determine at that point whether it's blood or through any analysis. It may just be through visual observation.
So it could be visual observation, or there's a luminal test that they could do with a spray.
They could, although I'm not aware of their actual procedures.
And that's you, but you are familiar with a luminal spray.
I am, yes.
And a luminal spray is not a conclusive test for blood or DNA.
It is not. It's what we would consider a presumptive test for the screening for blood. And the presumptive means that it's an indication that the possible presence of blood may be there, but it's not confirmed.
And so you only tested 4 samples from this vehicle.
That's correct.
So there could have been more swabs, but you only handled these 4.
That's correct.
And these 2, the item 44 from the interior rear driver side door handle, that one was, the DNA profile was too limited to compare.
That's correct.
And then the item 48, the driver's seat back near the headrest, it was a mixture of 2 individuals, but again, it was too limited and you couldn't compare it to your standards.
Yes, that's correct.
3 of the samples that you analyzed, I believe, were fingernail scrapings or clippings.
Yes, 2 fingernail scrapings from Larry Ordway and 1 fingernail clipping from Maurice Gordon Jr.
And the only DNA match, and I apologize if I'm using the wrong word, that was found from Larry Ordway's sample was his own.
Yeah, no DNA profile foreign to Larry Ordway was found on the scrapings from the left hand or the right hand of Larry Ordway.
And then the only DNA found from Maurice Gordon on his sample was his own.
That's correct. No DNA foreign to Maurice Gordon Jr. was found on the right hand fingernail clippings from Maurice Gordon Jr.
And then there were 3 samples from these Timberland boots, 51.1, 51.2, and 51.5.
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe you told us that you don't have the full boot. These are swabs.
Yeah, these were swabs that would have been collected by Lauren McCann and then sent on for DNA analysis.
And the only DNA that was conclusive on these boots were Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon, correct?
2 of the samples, 51.1 and 51.5, which was a swab from the left boot and the right boot respectively, matched Larry Ordway with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 590 octillion. And the other sample, 51.2, swab from the left boot, matched Maurice Gordon Jr. with an estimated frequency of 1 person in 920 nonillion.
And all 3 of these samples were compared to the 9 folks that you compared them against, correct?
Yes, that's correct. All 3 of these samples were compared to all the standards that we had available.
And there was no match to those profiles.
It did not match any other individuals. That's correct.
Let's go back to the car for a minute. You weren't asked to test any additional samples or items in this case at perhaps a later time.
I was not.
And there was no car seat that was submitted to you in evidence to test. No physical car seat was given to you to test.
Not to me, no.
And the only car seat samples that were submitted to you and tested by you were the ones we've just discussed: the driver's seat back near the headrest, the door handle, the steering wheel, and the clutch.
Yes, that's correct. We have, yes, the gear shift.
And you did not conduct DNA analysis on any samples taken from the floorboard of the car
No, I did not.
or from a back seat of the car.
I did not.
And all of the items that you ultimately conducted DNA analysis on were brought to your lab by someone else.
Yes, the items themselves were submitted to the laboratory by the Louisville Metro Police Crime Scene Unit.
And you yourself didn't collect any of these items.
The only items that I collected were items 20.1 and 20.2, which were the swabs that I took from the leather strap, one from the knot area and one from the stain.
But when you're collecting them from that strap, you're inside the lab, or they've already been brought to your location.
And I'm sorry, I did misspeak. I also collected swabs from the right-hand fingernail clippings. But yes, you're right. All those are items that were submitted into the laboratory, and then that collection took place from those items in the laboratory. I did not physically collect any of the items to bring them to the laboratory.
And you also, so you weren't physically there at any of the scenes when these items were collected,
I was not.
and you haven't reviewed a video of the collection of these videos,
I have
of these items. And you have to rely on a lab number or notes to know where they come from.
Yes, we received a submission form that has some general information about where items were collected from. At times, we may need additional information from the agency, and we'll make contact for that. But in this case, we did not, or I did not, excuse me.
So you yourself personally, you have no personal knowledge of how any of the DNA or blood gets onto the items that you are testing.
That's correct.
And you don't know how long that potential DNA has been on the item.
I do not.
and you don't know if any swab of blood is from, say, a paper cut or another injury.
I would not.
You don't know if it comes from someone's saliva from coughing.
We, not in this case, no, I don't believe any saliva testing was performed.
So that the quality of any sample is going to depend upon a lot of people before it gets to you.
The quality is certainly depends on a lot of people and a lot of the conditions that the evidence may have been subjected to. When and how was it deposited? Has it been on an item for an amount of time that leads to, it's been through heat, it's been through bacterial growth. Those things affect the DNA quality of the sample. Who collected it, how they collected it, how it's been handled, how it's been stored. So there are lots of factors that could impact the evidence prior to being received at the laboratory.
And you yourself have no personal knowledge of who committed these crimes.
I do not.
Thank you.
If something is burned, does that impact quality of the item for your analysis?
It certainly can. Heat does not play nice with DNA. It begins to break it down and degrade it. So it can. It just depends on how long it was exposed to it and how hot the source was.
What about if something is clean, say for instance with bleach?
Bleach can also degrade the DNA. It could also make it difficult for our other screening tests to work.
You were talking about the leather strap. You did the swabs yourself. It's listed as Larry's leather strap for Larry Ordway, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said earlier that there are 3 profiles, but they're too limited. You can't tell anything about those 3 profiles.
So the swabs from the knot was a mixture of at least 3 individuals, and no meaningful comparisons could be made. These swabs from the presumptive blood testing was at least 2 individuals, and again, no comparisons could be made.
You couldn't even identify Larry Ordway, right?
Since no comparisons could be made to either of these samples, we couldn't say whether or not Larry Ordway's DNA was or was not present.
So nobody was included and nobody was excluded.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Nothing else? Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Thank you. Next witness for the Commonwealth? Yes. We're going to take a 10-minute break before the next witness. If you could just make sure you're back outside the doors around 10:55.
All right, so jury.
Can I see the attorneys up here for just a moment? So, not a big deal, and I have just ignored it, but someone sends an email to Janelle last night. I'm assuming because, like, if you look me up, our circuit court website has Janelle's contact information, and it says, "Dear Judge, you need to order all people in the courtroom to have no phones," which we have done. You also need to stop law and crime from covering Brice new trial. This is not good, Judge, at all. Make law and crime leave the courtroom. Death threats are being said in the chat room of the trial being covered by law and crime. I'm just conveying it to you. We are ignoring it.
I haven't been looking at any of the comments on that, Judge. I don't know.
I do not, I do not believe that any jurors are in there commenting, but putting it up there so you'll know about it.
Sure. And I think you asked them this morning.
Yeah,
or if-
yeah, they all said no problem. And the only people that should have a cell phone in the courtroom are attorneys or law enforcement.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering, what should we do with it?
Bacon and eggs, 25/7.
You're darn right.
Solar stocks are up 20% with the additional hour in the day.
I'm ruined.
With the extra hour, I'm thinking company-wide power nap. Let's put it to a vote.
This is going to wreak havoc on overtime approvals.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs forward-thinking solutions to take on the next anything.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Let me see them. Ms. Jones, do you still need this?
I'm gonna use it.
Okay. All right, anybody have anything they need to report? Perfect. Your next witness?
Calls Detective Aaron Tonelli.
Detective Tonelli, when you are ready, I'll have you raise your hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. Yes, I know it's still warm in here. They say they're working on it. Anybody needs to take their jacket off or anything, of course, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Detective Aaron Tonelli. Tonelli, Tinelli.
Where do you work?
Louisville Metro Police Department.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 18 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Approximately 12 to 13 years.
Where are you currently positioned?
Currently in the robbery unit.
Where were you in 2016?
I was in the homicide unit.
When did you switch from homicide to robbery?
The last part of 2017 going into 2018.
Can you describe a bit how the homicide unit works as far as case assignments and distribution of cases?
Okay. So at that time we had, it seemed like a large unit, but it really wasn't. It was like 24, 25 detectives somewhere in there. But it was kind of split down the middle. Part of it was non-fatal shooting. The other half was what we call the fresh side or the homicide side. And you had a rotation where detectives would run a list. And as you picked up a case, the next person would move up and the next person would move up. And then that case would go to the person as it goes down.
And it's fresh to distinguish from cold case.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So on May 22nd, 2016, was it your turn?
Yes, it was.
And do you do all the work on the case by yourself?
No.
Okay. How do you all decide who pitches in to help?
It's all hands kind of evolution, basically. Yes, there's a lead detective. And yes, that lead detective is what I'm doing today. You know, trying to explain the case the best they possibly can so that you can understand the functions of it. But while you're investigating, everybody that's available that can help and does contribute to the case.
And do you have supervisors within the
Yes.
unit? Who was your supervisor?
My supervisor on that day was, at the time, Sergeant Donald Burbrink,
And then who was his supervisor?
Lieutenant Kessinger.
And is he in charge of all of homicide?
Yes.
So what happened on May 22nd that alerted you to the existence of this case?
I received a phone call from Sergeant Burbrink that we had a homicide in the 4,000 block of Road Park and that I was to respond to that location.
And how did Sergeant Burbrink know about the homicide?
I believe he was notified by Detective Vance.
What happened or what time did police find out about this case?
I believe we were notified at 12:10 in the afternoon,
And what time did you get there?
around 12:45.
Okay, what did you do at the scene?
As soon as I got to the scene, I kind of refer my notes. Thanks. If need be.
Yeah, if you can't remember something in particular.
Thank you. First thing I did is I got to the scene and I spoke to Detective Vance and Sergeant Burbrink about what we were actually looking at, what we had before us.
And go ahead, sorry.
Oh, and other detectives that were there, you know, trying to understand the totality of the circumstances walking into a situation like that.
What did you notice about the neighborhood?
Well, it was residential houses all around. There were some kids playing on the other side of the alley. Just a residential area.
Did the house appear where the bodies were found in that house appear to be occupied?
No, the house appeared to be vacant. The grass was overgrown, front and rear. Boards were on the windows.
And how did police? Do you know how police even knew those bodies were there?
They got a
dispatched run to the location, being notified by a individual in the area.
Who do you all involve another agency when there is a death?
Yes.
And who is that?
Well, in this situation, obviously we notify the coroner's office because they have to respond. And we, the people on scene before Detective Vance, I believe called for arson because there were signs of burning and so forth. We also notify CSU. We also notify, the coroner notifies TIES.
And TIES is the transport agency we heard about earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
So how many personnel from all of these agencies ended up on the scene, would you say?
I couldn't guess, but a lot.
What did you note about the bodies?
Upon approaching the children, first thing we noticed is that they were laid out. There was no sign of like a struggle or other signs that there was like some kind of disturbance within it besides the actual bodies themselves and the actual burning of the bodies. So the first thing I noticed is that there's a good chance that they were not killed there or murdered there.
Did you have any way to identify them at that time?
No, we did not.
Did you or other detectives search the neighborhood for any clues?
Yeah, other detectives canvassed the neighborhood, talked to individuals in the neighborhood, and spoke to several different people.
Did you look for cameras?
Yes, all the detectives that were on the scene at the time looked for cameras, looked for not just like business cameras and stuff like that, but they looked for house cameras. Some houses have cameras and stuff like that. They looked all over.
Were there any cameras that helped out? Given that there was, did the coroner direct the bodies to be taken to the medical examiner's office?
We did.
Okay. What's left for you all to do at that point?
Well, at that point, since we have unidentified victims, our job is to gather as much information as we possibly can. Detective Vance was going to handle the scene investigation. Other detectives were canvassing. I was trying to organize the situation, and we were trying to, in any way, shape, or form, identify these two kids that were in the back of this house that were murdered.
Does LMPD have a unit that deals with missing people?
Yes, I contacted Detective Hogan, who was at the time was in the missing persons unit. I instructed her to go through missing persons, go through the database, the local database, the national database, to try to help to identify or get some kind of parameters with the visual inspection of the two kids. So you're looking at these two children and you're trying to guess age, you're trying to guess weight, you're trying to guess all these things to give her as much information so that she can go to these databases and try to get you a range of possibilities, which is extremely difficult.
At that time, did you all identify any possible people they could be?
A list was started, and I know that she gathered that information, but not on that day. It wasn't until the next morning that we got that list.
Okay. So the next day, did you attend the autopsies?
I did.
And what did you observe at the autopsies?
Kids were laid out. You observed just the several wounds to the upper torso, lower torso, and genitals. The strap that was on one of the victims that presumptively restrained them in some way. The burning, the charring, and the other factors.
And were fingerprints attempted?
They were attempted I refer to my notes because I don't want to speak incorrectly. I believe fingerprints were attempted at the scene and again at the autopsy only because the fingers were charred so so badly. So I do not want to misspeak about that, but I believe it was attempted at both locations.
Did you come up with another idea for identifying them?
Yes. So anytime you have a child that's been, there's the possibility of them being fingerprinted is, it's minute. So I came up with the idea that we would contact one of our CSU techs that was also a forensic artist. That's CSU tech, Erin Wright. And I asked her if she could do a rendering of the two kids so that if we had to put that on the news or someplace else to have the community help us identify these kids, that we could use them. She agreed, and we took photographs of the kids as they were, and she began her renderings.
Why couldn't you just put the photographs on the news?
Nobody needs to see that on the news. If that's your child, to see that for the first time would be, yeah, I'm a dad. That would be devastating. I couldn't do that.
Were the sketches put on the news?
Yes.
And did that result in any leads?
Yes, actually did. Excuse me. The next day, the 24th, we gathered together in the office to come up with because we still hadn't identified the bodies. And we came up with a game plan. And one of the things that came up with was the fact that we had gotten a tip from Olmsted Middle School that the assistant principal thought she knew who the kids were from the renderings that we had placed on the news. So with that being said, she gave Detective Spaulding the information, and Detective Spaulding went to the school, and me and Sergeant Burbrink went to the location that was given to her by the assistant principal at the school.
A location, do you mean address of the children?
Yes.
Okay.
Where they lived.
And what was that address?
I know it by heart, but unfortunately I'm a little, I apologize. $4817 Cliff Ave.
What neighborhood is that in?
It's next to Iroquois, it's next to the south end of Louisville.
Who was there?
Miss Elizabeth Wren.
Did she have other family members present?
She did. There was another individual there, TJ, who was her brother.
Did you show her the sketches?
And Sergeant Burbrink went up to the mother, started to ask her relative questions without having to show her the picture of her dead children.
I'm sorry, did you say it was her brother that was there with her?
I believe it was her brother, yes, TJ Wren.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
So once we got the feeling that this could possibly be the mom, I asked Sergeant Burbrink if I could show a picture, an actual photo of the deceased child, and she was able to positively identify her children.
Did you interview her?
Yes.
They are, and at the station eventually?
Yes.
Okay. And did you all interview TJ?
Yes.
Did you gather enough information that led you to the next step?
Yes. Once we interviewed those two individuals, we gathered the possibility of suspects, and then we started our investigation moving forward. And this is when things started to move very quickly.
So where was the first place you headed?
The first place we went to was to Brice Rhodes' residence to confirm the location of 763 North Height, which we At the time, didn't know, but the brother of Elizabeth Wren, TJ, was able to show us the location.
And is that what Sergeant Vance testified about earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Were you with Sergeant Vance?
No, I was not.
Were you still with Elizabeth Wren?
Yes.
What's going on where you are?
Okay, so where we're at, we're trying to gather as much information as we can. We're also did a consent search of the location to see if there's any possible evidence located at the house.
Did you locate anything?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. And trying to organize that and then informing other detectives of what we had at that location and that we have confirmed the identity of the two children. So then we move to canvassing, talking to people and trying to get as much information as we could and gather that.
Okay, so Sergeant Vance heads over with TJ to.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you all talking back and forth while this is going on?
Now, me and Sergeant Vance are not talking. Sergeant Vance is talking to Sergeant Burbrink and stuff like that, only because I am more focused on the information that we're gathering at the house.
And who were you with?
I was with Sergeant Burr. Oh, who was I talking to, or who was I?
Well, who was present at the house with you and Elizabeth Wren?
Oh, Sergeant Burbrink, and then we had other detectives that showed up.
And as we heard earlier, Sergeant Vance was also with other people, correct?
Yes.
Were you notified that the defendant was picked up at the Speedway?
Yes.
What happens then?
I leave the location that I'm at, which is on Cliff, and I head back to the office to help to orchestrate the interview.
And we'll get to that in a second. What did Miss Wren give you information about her son's phone?
Yes, she did. One of the questions we asked, which would be a question you would ask any parent, is why didn't you file a missing persons or contact the police? And she had stated that she had been in contact with one of their friends, and their friends had said that they were out to the store and he was using their phone to call when they get back. And that information led us to another part of the investigation.
Did she provide you with a phone number?
She did.
And were you able to do anything with that phone number?
Yes, we were able to take that phone, considering the information that we had from the house and the fact that a relative time frame of when the kids were last there. We took that phone number and we used that phone number and the assistance of the U.S. Marshals to start pinging that phone and finding out where its location was.
Did the marshals figure that out?
They did.
And is that what Sergeant Vance testified to about going to the location and finding the phone with Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Did you know what car the defendant was stopped in?
Yes.
And how did that lead in? What did you investigate there with the car?
Well, the black Dodge Charger, what he was stopped in, that information led us to holding that vehicle and using it and searching it and trying to gather evidence from it.
And did you know initially whether that was his car or not?
Not initially. Once we ran it and we understood that it was a rental, then we took that information, found out who the rental party was, and then we passed that information on to other detectives, and they located that individual, Mr. Christopher Jensen.
And is that what Detective Rutherford testified about the direction he took on the case?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you all find out about another car?
We did.
And what was that?
That was the Mazda 3, blue Mazda 3.
And is that what Mr. Jensen talked about providing?
Yes.
Was that car also located and held?
Yes.
Is all this going on at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you?
Now I am back at the office because we have got Mr. Rhodes in custody, and I am preparing to go forward with that part of the investigation.
So did you interview him?
Yes.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes.
Is this all happening on May 24th still?
Yes.
add moves to admit and play the interview of Littleton as Exhibit 177.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Dunstrom.
Well, here's the thing, man. We are looking for two missing kids. And we don't know, we heard that you might know where they might be.
Sorry, just to backtrack a little, was there a little introductory part where you all chit chatted before we get to this part?
Were you seen with them or talked to them, any way, shape or form, anything you could help us to find them, we would appreciate it.
Who are they?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Brice
And who else?
and Larry.
Ah, I know them. Yeah.
Have you seen them lately?
No, I haven't seen them about.
You haven't seen them in a week?
Yeah. Seen them about a week.
And try to the best you can, because we're trying to track these kids down. When was the last time that you remember seeing them? Where was it?
Oh, probably at Circle K or riding down Taylor. Like I see them like maybe. Cause I got a girl that stays in the South area, and I might see them out playing basketball and stuff like that.
Circle K on Taylor?
Yeah, kind of by Circle K.
And I know like we're trying to throw this on you like all of a sudden, but like ballpark time when that was.
Probably around 4 or 5 o'clock.
What day is that?
Probably like what's the day?
Today's Tuesday.
Probably around last Tuesday, to be honest. Tuesday or Wednesday. I try my hour or 2.
And we're talking 4 or 5 p.m.
Yeah.
Tuesday or Wednesday. Last.
Yeah, I always see like a bunch of them walk through the neighborhood because everybody goes to Wyandotte Park, right? Plays basketball, so everybody knows each other.
Do you play ball?
Yeah, I play. Everybody's always at the park, so everybody, pick up games. So that's how people kind of know each other. Everybody's always around the neighborhood and stuff. Inside out.
You close to these kids at all?
They're cool. We play basketball. I'm cool with a lot of people.
Man, where do you think they may go?
Where would you think that they possibly could do you know any friends?
To be honest, outside of that, I mean, everybody's cool, but I don't know. It's like everybody's cool. It's like damn near 50 to 100 people. Everybody's cool. Like people hang with different. One day, me and you might hang and play basketball. Next day, I might not see you for a week, and like I don't know.
Well, let me ask this: how tight were you with? Did you hang out with them on a regular basis?
That was cool. Yeah, we hung at different times. Different times.
All right.
Went to the park, play basketball. Might go out to eat or something. That was cool.
Ladies, any girls that are interested?
Any girls that they know?
He had a lot of female friends. To be honest.
Which one?
I guess both of them. Yeah. I mean, I was at the park. I seen a lot of people. A lot of females and stuff. I mean, everybody was cool. It was like it's a big neighborhood. Everybody hangs with everybody. Everybody's cool.
But nobody in particular they were dating.
I don't really like this business. I mean,
Did he ever hang out with any particular people there? Like any certain people that he like that they like other guys you might know that they might hang out with more often than you?
Some dude named Joe that hung out with a lot.
Joe? Yeah. Anything else with Joe, like a street name or anything?
No, I said
Black male, white male.
Black. 24, 25.
So they were hanging with like kind of a group.
Like different people.
Cause how old are you?
I'm 25.
Does Joe drive a car?
No, I just hear him always be like, I'm with Joe or this or that. I never really ask questions. Like people don't really get people's business. That's like you fuck with a girl. Oh, what she look like? I don't know why. Who you with? I don't really ask questions.
I got you. Have you ever seen? Do you know Joe at all?
Nah.
Not tight with him at all.
No, I don't really know who he is. I just hear about him with different people. Just everybody. It's all kind of people. People have different people.
Did they ever talk about going to any other parks?
Just wind up.
No other parks.
And that's the only one that basketball for.
Do you know what school they went to or anything like that?
No.
You know the family?
Yeah. I know the mother. Who's the mother? I used to date their mother. Probably like last summer. Just to talk to her and stuff. Not date her, but like just kind of like hang out. Yeah, hang out with her. Go to get something to eat or something. But we talk.
And I just see them at the basketball courts and stuff like that. Everybody was friends. Everybody was friends.
Have you ever been to their house? Have you ever?
Yeah, I've been to their house. Yeah.
Because I mean, you hung out with their mom.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What was the last time?
It's on Cliff. What'd you say?
When was the last time you were at their house?
Probably like Tuesday or something. Tuesday, Wednesday.
So around the last time you saw them?
Yeah, around last time I saw him.
Let me ask you this. Everything cool? How your wife and everything? Any concerns there?
I believe their mother's on drugs now. You know, she's an alcoholic and she's on heroin. You know, so that's not cool. That's the only thing I know of. And I know they always like they're never home. They always run away. Not run away, but like they're never home. Every time I see them out, I could be riding down Taylor or, early in the morning, what y'all doing? Why ain't y'all at school? Nothing like that. As far as I know, I don't really go over like that.
So did you, has anybody said anything about them, anything like that, around the neighborhood?
Actually, TJ, he texted my phone today. Their uncle.
Yeah.
Talking about, he's like, something about they're dead or something like that. And I'm like, I text him, I'm like, are you joking? You know what I'm saying? He never texted me back. No, actually, he's like, I'm like, are you joking? Like, then I called him, he didn't answer. I'm thinking, like, I don't know, did they run away or like what happened? I'm trying to call him, figure out what's going on.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure it out, man. We're still
I
trying.
don't know. I tried to get in touch with him, but I couldn't. He didn't ever call me back.
Did you, have you, I mean, rack your brain, man. Is there anybody that they would hang out with that you would know?
They hang out with a lot of people,
I mean, on a regular basis, it's not like, you know the difference between a friend, associate and a friend, right?
Yeah.
Associate is somebody you say hi to.
To be honest, they was in a gang, and I don't know if they hung out with different crowds.
What gang were they in?
I don't really know because I never really asked them, but I knew they was in because the people that hung with different type of crowds and things they used to say and stuff like that at the basketball courts. There always be fights up there, different people, a lot of drama at the basketball.
Right, yeah.
Me as an older person, y'all don't do that man. Talking to all the young kids, all the people too. We come here to play basketball. All that negativity, y'all can take it around the corner somewhere. And there's a police station across the street. So we come here to play basketball.
And I think you grew up in the area.
No, I just.
You comfortable on the street.
What's that, man?
You're comfortable on the street, like you're street smart, right? I mean,
What's that mean, man?
man, you don't talk to people about stuff that you don't have that relationship. Like you can survive on the street, right?
I mean, I guess.
So, I mean, we got gangs, people are having, kids are like, we're the new clique, but they're not really doing anything. Are they from the people that they were hanging out with, are you getting the impression that this was more serious, or there's a bunch of kids running around like fake?
To be honest, I didn't really. I just talked to their mom last summer and stuff, and I never really did talk to them. And like as it got hot again, everybody at the basketball court. It's like, oh hey, where y'all been at? You know what I'm saying? Because her mother broke up. We got into an argument, over. I guess she thought I was cheating on her or something like that. But it was nothing serious. Over some money, I think. And that was back last summer. You know what I'm saying? And so I seen them. You know what I'm saying? This summer, everybody's in basketball. Hey, what you doing? Stuff. They hang with different people and stuff. I don't ever ask who's this and who's that. But
Where'd you grow up at?
I grew up on Market.
Down Market.
Yeah.
Is that your car?
17. What's that?
Is that your car?
No, that's actually my friend's car. He just lets me get it. Whenever he's like going to work, he's going different places and stuff.
I didn't know, man. I was just asking. Is it a rental?
I believe so.
How long have you had the car?
I just got it today, actually.
Just got it today. Does it let you use it on a regular basis or no?
Here and there.
So you used the car before?
I mean, yeah, here and there.
How long have you been using it?
Just like today and a couple times last week. Different times.
So, the way you say that kind of suggests that, historically borrowed cars from them. Has it been different cars?
Nah, just that. You might get a rental or something. I'm like, just one here and there.
Okay.
But you've only been using this car for a week and a half? Not just, yeah, probably, yeah, so, a week and a half. Nah, probably a month. Both? Yeah. Oh, okay. Is there anything we haven't asked that you think might be relevant? I mean, y'all don't want to answer the questions. Oh man, we're just trying to find the kids. I mean, y'all got the questions, I'll answer, you know. No, I mean, I respect that, but I'm saying is like, oftentimes people won't tell you something because you didn't ask the right question. So is there something that we're not asking that like, where they run away to? Like, oh, we'll figure that out, we won't be here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wish I could help what it was, you know, I don't, you know. All right, man, we'll be back in and we'll figure out and get you over to where you gotta be, all right? Appreciate that. Thanks, Brice. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. You want to water anything? Bag of chips, anything? So, I'm cool. Thank you.
Did y'all leave at that point?
Yes.
And did you come back a few minutes later with a follow-up question?
Yes.
Hey, man. We're just gonna be completely honest with you, man. We got video of your truck being there on Saturday. Were you there Saturday? In front of Maurice's house. I'm probably assuming we should. Okay.
Okay, so obviously at this point you knew because of that, right?
Yes.
Why were you acting like you didn't know that when you were talking to them?
We use various investigative techniques to get the individual to tell us things to get to the truth.
Did you have a video of the charger in front of Elizabeth Wren's house?
No.
After you interviewed him, what did you do?
Oh, okay. In this process, once we were done interviewing Mr. Rhodes, at that point, I believe Mr. Anwan Carter was already brought down to the thing, and I switched my attention over to there.
Okay. Did you conduct the interview with Mr. Carter?
I conducted the very first interview with Mr. Carter, yes.
How did that interview initially go?
Not well. Not well at all.
Did he tell you what he told us here in court?
No.
Okay. At what happened to conclude that interview? How did that interview it? Did he ask for a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, so when somebody asks for a lawyer, what do you do?
Leave the room.
All right. What happened next with him?
He wanted to talk to his family. We let him talk to his family,
And who was his family?
his sister and his mom.
Okay.
And then the sister approached us and told us that he wanted to reinitiate and talk to us. At that point, it's important that we follow the rules so closely. So I talked to another sergeant that was in charge of me at the time, a Sergeant Lesher, and I requested Sergeant Lesher go back into the room, reread him his rights, explain to him the situation, and then he conducted the second interview while I observed it from another room.
Was that interview, did he tell you what he told us in court?
Yes.
So what were the crucial pieces of information that you gathered from that interview that helped your investigation?
Yes.
And what were they?
Okay, well, obviously the story that you heard in testimony.
Did this now let you know where the murder happened?
Yes.
While you're doing all this, was the first search warrant at Height about going on?
Yes.
Okay, so did you all get new information that caused the second search warrant to happen?
Once Anwan reinitiated and Sergeant Lesher began talking to him and gathered the information, we took that information, and once we had enough and we realized that it was no longer looking for a murder weapon, we were looking at a murder scene, we had to change the dynamics, write another search warrant, and go back over to 7663 North Height.
Why didn't you just pull out the carpet the first time you were in there?
If we pulled out the carpet of every single house we went into for every single search warrant, I don't know if there would be an uproar, would there not? We don't pull up the carpet because we don't have any evidence to support the idea that we need to pull up the carpet. When you do a search warrant, you're looking for specific items, right? So the initial search warrant, we're looking for a murder weapon. We're looking for anything that would lead us to the next step. Once we gathered this information from Mr. Carter, that the murder actually occurred at 763 North Height, well, now we have to change our gears. We have to write another search warrant and start a more forensically motivated search.
And at the time that Detective Middleton collected the two knives, did you have any idea if those were the murder weapons or not?
No.
So do you all just collect things just to be safe?
Well, we knew the kids were stabbed. So those two knives were under a bed. Logically speaking, okay, let's take those knives.
Was this the first time you all had information that Christopher Jones was murdered?
Yes,
And so did you alert Detective Griffin?
I notified Detective Griffin.
And did you get information on a third individual from Mr. Carter? Ja'Cory Taylor?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, yes, we did. He referenced Mr. Taylor several times as Corey and explained to us that little Corey and Ja'Cory was the individual that was also at the location when the murders took place and participated.
What did you do with that information?
Detectives went out. Actually, let's make sure we go in line here. While this information is coming to us, and while we're conducting the other search, and while we're doing all this other stuff, more information is coming in from other people. Detective Vance is giving us information, and we're gathering information about everything that was going on that day. I believe it was, I don't want to misspeak. Oh, yes. While this is going on, we're also, Detective Rutherford also interviewed Mr. Christopher Jensen. And during this interview with Mr. Christopher Jensen, we located the blue Mazda. And it was relayed to us about the unbelievable smell of bleach coming from the Mazda and the missing backseat.
So what did you all do with that information?
That information, Sergeant Lesher gathered more information from Mr. Carter, and we sent Detective Peters, who you heard testify the other day, and Detective Metzler out to go look for the back seat and the burnt dumpsters.
And did you receive word that a dumpster had been identified as possibly containing a backseat?
Yes, Detective Peters called Lieutenant Kessinger, and Lieutenant Kessinger told me we found the back seat.
Okay. Did you or a detective arrest eventually Ja'Cory Taylor?
Yes.
When did that happen?
The 25th.
Was he interviewed?
Yes.
And did he testify, or did he state what he testified to in court at that time?
Yes.
Did he admit to this case at that time?
During which interview?
Sorry. All right, on May 25th, did Ja'Cory Taylor admit to the crime?
No.
Okay. In fact, he interviewed for a long time with you and
Yes.
denied it, correct?
Yes.
Did the interview of did Ja'Cory Taylor and or Anwan Carter tell you about other individuals being present with Brice Rhodes and them and Larry and Maurice at Hyde Avenue?
Yes.
What information did you get from them that could or did not help with further identification?
From which one? I'm sorry.
From, let's say, did Ja'Cory give you any information that helped?
He just told us about a light-skinned male and a black-skinned male. He didn't, a dark-skinned male. He didn't give us anything other than that, really.
Okay. What about Anwan?
Anwan Carter on the, believe it was the third interview, we were able to deduce some of the information that he gave us and come up with a possible individual. And we conducted a photo pack. That photo pack gave us an individual that I went forward and arrested, and his case was adjudicated separately.
And are we talking about down the road when they came in for their later interviews that you got this
I
information?
didn't lock up the fourth subject until November, I believe.
And what is his name?
Tareen Coleman.
Okay, and that was handled separately?
Yes.
Okay. What did you ever get information on this fifth person? Was Taryn Coleman believed to be the dark-skinned or lighter skinned?
Dark skin.
Okay, what about the lighter skinned male? Did you, if you had that
would have pursued
information?
it.
I'm sorry.
I mean, in November, this happened in May. In November, I received information and could confirm the identity of Tareen Coleman. We don't stop. We go forward. We go get the bad guys. That's our job, right? So yes, if I had any information at all that would relatively tell me who the light-skinned individual was, I would pursue that as any detective would.
When do you recall when the second, well, so you had the first interview of Carter, which was broken into two parts with
Yes.
his family talking to him in the middle. The second interview of do you recall what day or what month that was?
The second interview?
Well, the second time that he was interviewed. Like,
Sorry.
okay, you had the first day, May 24th.
Right.
Is there a second time that you come back and interview him?
Yes,
And
yes,
when
yes.
was that?
That was when you were present
Yes.
along with his lawyer. I'd have to refer to gosh, I don't know.
Was it months later?
Yes,
Okay.
months later.
And same for Ja'Cory Taylor. Do you recall when that happened?
It was months later.
Was that also in the presence of his attorney?
Yes.
And me? We talked about a lot of addresses and the jury know where these are. I'm just gonna bring up Google Maps and show these locations. Okay. Tell me the address on River Park where the bodies were found.
4028 River Park Drive.
And so they would have actually been behind, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the children live?
They lived at 4817 Cliff Ave.
Okay. And what about height?
763 North Height.
And then do you recall, or do you have in your notes the address of the dumpster?
Yes. Address, 1 second, please. Uh, 6508 Hackle Drive.
All right, I want to make a chart of what was happening on each day, just because I know we've thrown out a lot of dates. And I want to make sure that the jury understands what was happening when. So this started on May 22nd. Just a summary of police involvement with this case on that day. You want me to River Park?
Yeah, we went to River Park, 4028 River Park. Canvas, did our initial investigation. Detective Vance was the scene investigator. And spoke to the area, looked for cameras, looked for people.
This involved police, CSU.
Arson, everybody. Corner.
Included searches of the surrounding neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
On May 23rd. What happened that day?
Autopsy.
And how quick is autopsy?
It's not. It's not fast.
Were you there all?
The whole time.
What else is going on that day?
May 23rd. Okay. So May 23rd, we're doing the autopsy, we're gathering information, and we're also doing follow-up on trying to identify the children.
And is that including the missing persons database?
Yes. Missing person database, the sketches, talking to the news and media to try and coordinate it, to do it the most tactfully and best way to put that information out.
All right, next day, May 24th. Is that the day that Olmsted?
I would have to refer to Detective, well, at the time, Detective Spaulding's letter. I don't want to give the wrong information, but I got the information, me personally, on the 24th.
Children identified. Is that the day you went to Elizabeth Wright's house?
It is.
And is that the day that Sergeant Vance took TJ Wren to Hyde Avenue?
Yes.
Is that the day that the defendant was stopped?
Yes.
At the gas station? And taken into
Custody, yes.
Is that the day that the first height search warrant happened?
Yes.
And is that the day that Sergeant Vance went to A1 Carter's residence and got the phone?
Yes.
Let's see. Did you interview the defendant that day?
Yes.
Did you interview Ms. Wren also?
Yes.
And I believe you said you went straight from that interview with Mr. Carter's interview?
Yes. Relatively speaking, yes.
Is that the day of the second search warrants?
Yes.
On Hyde Avenue?
On height, yes.
Is Detective Rutherford out there interviewing Chris Jensen on that day?
Yes.
And is that the day Detective Boyce processed the charger?
I believe so. I want to make sure about that. I'm sorry. Yes. As stated in his letter.
Okay. And are other detectives out canvassing heights during this? Or at least that apartment complex?
Yes.
Did a detective go talk to a child at Olmsted?
Yes.
Did you all attempt to process the phone that was plugged between one partner?
Yes. Detective Mickey Kahn did. We didn't get anything from the phone. Our Celebrite machine wouldn't download it.
And did you all get anything out of that interview with the kid at Olmsted?
Not according to the information that we received.
And when we're talking about the phone, it would have been Maurice's phone that Antoine Carter ended up with.
Yes.
On, if you could refer, if you need to Detective Vance's letter dated on May 26th. The boots at Libertyville Way, Monisha's apartment. Oh, I'm sorry, I just skipped it.
Yeah, that was on the 25th.
Okay, May 25th. May 25th, is that the day you all processed the Mazda?
I believe so.
And I believe we heard from Detective Silveria that other detectives with Rusty Holland brought her buckle swabs and clothes of the defendant and the Antoine Carter that day.
Yes, I believe so.
And that was that the day that Taylor was arrested.
Yes.
And were his buckles and clothes collected?
Yes.
And by buckles, we mean the swabs they set up.
Yes.
And was that the day, the 24th into the 25th of Detective Peters being at the dumpster?
Yes. Yes.
So then, sorry, the 26th was that the day.
Yes.
So when all this wraps up, do you just stop working on this case?
No.
What were you doing?
There is unbelievable amounts of paperwork, unbelievable amounts of information that you have to process and continue. We were doing research on trying to find out who the other two individuals were that were in the home at the time of the murders. We were trying to gather the evidence that we had on the house, the suspects, and the victims.
And I believe we've heard from Detective Silveria. In fact, in July, in fact, you do the cutting out of the Mazda.
We did.
Okay, so you keep working on cases.
Yes.
Did you start the court process?
Yes.
What day was the preliminary hearing?
I don't know the exact date. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did you saw a transcript with that refresher recollection?
Yes.
Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, what did you say you were trying?
The day with the preliminary.
Good night.
June 3rd of 2016.
And then do you ultimately testify in the grand jury on this case?
Yes.
That in July?
Yes.
Do you recall the exact date?
I think July 13th, maybe. I don't know. Of 2016. Sorry.
So then later, after all this, we have October, you interview Carter again? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember the date. Months later, yes.
And from that interview, you got information on the.
Not from the, yeah, you're talking about Carter. I'm sorry. Yes. Mhm.
Later, you interviewed Ja'Cory.
Yes.
And then when, like, on May 25th, do you have all the reports? On that
No.
day? When do you get reports?
Months later, like months later, CSU is
When does
processing
CSU give you reports?
at various times throughout, like, I know for example, I believe the report for like, I mean, they're emailed.
To use an example, Detective Kimmer's report.
Detective Kimmer report was 9/7 of 2016. I think. Yes.
And that was the report about the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
And we heard from the lab analysts that they're sending you reports in 2017. Is that approximately when you received those reports?
Yes.
And during all of this time, this is your only case.
No.
What
No.
else are you doing?
Oh my gosh. 2016, Louisville homicide. We broke records on homicides. We had over 120 homicides, one of the highest epidemics of the heroin epidemic. Homicide is in charge of not just homicides, but also death investigation.
Ziploc storage bags, the only bag with a fold line and patented stand-up bottom for easy filling, pouring, and feasting. Unlock a healthy man. Ziploc. Unlock life. S.C. Johnson.
I have a question. I'm not ask you a question about the lab testing we heard earlier. We were all using a lot of numbers. Jury doesn't have the reports that you have for the case. Was this the leather strap we've seen in the photo that was on Larry's arm at the time of his death?
Yes, ma'am.
And were these the knives that Detective Middleton collected in the house?
Yes.
And were these the carpet cuttings from the Hyde Avenue house?
Yes.
And what about these items? The blanket, pillow, towel sheet, carpet, latex glove, and the Reebok shoe.
From the dumpster.
Obviously, the car items came from the Mazda
Yes, ma'am.
and the Timberlands from the Libertyville address.
Yes, ma'am.
Who those other people that the lab analysts read? Emily Sutherland, John Lyle, Lenny Frazier. We haven't heard their names before.
Those are all individuals that could possibly have been in the Dodge Charger at some point. We have to take swabs of individuals so that we can exclude them or include them in the analysis. So when Detective Rutherford does his investigation and talks to Christopher Jensen, one of the things we do to make it easier for the lab and for the processing is to get as much information as we possibly can, which includes getting anybody that could possibly be inside that vehicle at any given time.
And were those acquaintances of Christopher Jensen?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've heard a lot in this trial of questions about the backseat of the car. Can you tell the jury what you know about the backseat and when you knew things about the backseat?
Okay. I know the back seat was cut out of the car. That we know. I know that I was informed when Detective Peters got to the dumpster and he told Lieutenant Kessinger that they found it. I understood that they found it. I know now that we do not have the back seat. We never had the back seat. And it wasn't until months later when Anwan Carter gave the distinct and clear testimony.
With interview.
Sorry. interview of where a possible location of the backseat could be. I went into depth with Anwan Carter on several levels to try and figure out where that backseat was. And I could not locate it in any way, shape, or form. I tried desperately.
Did he tell you a neighborhood?
He told me a neighborhood, but as I'm sure you're well aware of, you can't go to a judge and get a search warrant for a geographical area without some specifics.
So until Carter's interview on October 16th, did you have any direction to take about where to locate this backseat?
No.
And until you got Kimmer's report on the dumpster on September 7th, did you even realize that CSU didn't have the backseat?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Does anybody need a break before we begin cross-examination? All right, great. Detective, you were lead on the case of Larry and Maurice, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And not involved in the investigation of the Christopher Jones shooting, correct?
No, I was not.
So only what we've been referring to as the May 22nd incident, we'll say, is what you were lead on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as lead, that means that you oversee the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You, as lead, are responsible for the investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that includes supervising the roles and duties of other officers
Yes, ma'am.
and overseeing the collection of evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were responsible for the evidence that was sent to the lab for testing in this case?
Like, and what form? I'm sorry.
Responsible and I guess as lead deciding what to send to the lab.
There were several discussions on a round table as far as what we should send and what we shouldn't send. As a lead detective, you have to rely on the people that are around you and the CSU techs, because honestly, that's not my profession.
But you would agree that you're the case officer listed on the laboratory forms?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you requested several examinations of evidence in this case then, it sounds like,
Yes, ma'am.
including the shoe and tire print identification.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you asked the lab as part of that to compare the tire tracks and the shoe prints that were found at the scene of where Larry and Maurice were located, to compare those to Mr. Rhodes' suspected vehicles, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And his suspected shoes.
Yes, ma'am.
And you could not identify Brice's vehicle as making those tire tracks.
I believe, and I could be wrong, ma'am, but I think they included or excluded it.
I just want to know, did you get a positive identification on those tracks belonging to either of Brice Rhodes' vehicles that have come up?
I don't believe we got a positive or a negative, ma'am. I think that how they stated it they could not be included or excluded.
But the question is, you didn't get a positive to match.
No.
Okay. And Brice's shoes were not a match to the footprints.
No, ma'am.
You showed the jury, I'm sorry, you didn't personally, one of your colleagues, I believe, showed the jury a picture of the blue Mazda in this case.
in which luminol had been sprayed.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Do you recall seeing that
No, I
photograph?
was not here that day.
Okay. Have you seen that picture before, though, at
Yes,
some
ma'am.
point in the investigation? And there was some blue lit up in that vehicle that I guess law enforcement believed to be blood.
We interpret it as such, yes.
But when it was sent to the lab, it was not in fact blood, correct?
I don't think every part was. I would have to refer to I mean, we just had the testimony, and I don't want to say. A specific part? Can you give me a specific?
I can flip back, but what I'm referring to is the picture that the jury saw. It had a bunch of blue on it,
Mhm.
but that wasn't blood when the results came back.
I don't believe so, no, ma'am.
You also requested the lab perform DNA analysis on the evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you tested under Larry Ordway's fingernails for DNA foreign to him. You tested the carpet, the blanket, other items. None of that had Brice's DNA on it, correct?
No, ma'am. It did not.
And in fact, the only piece of evidence that had Brice Rhodes's DNA on it was his steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle, correct?
Correct.
The leather strap that was spoken about to restrain Larry Ordway,
Yes, ma'am.
that did not have Brice Rhodes's DNA on it, did it?
No, I do not believe so. I don't believe it had anybody's. I don't think they could pinpoint because it was too small of a sample.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Jones-Bell. Detective, you testified that Ann Juan Carter was interviewed by you.
The
Correct.
first time, yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that Mr. Carter did not involve Brice in the death of Larry and Maurice until after you told Mr. Carter in that interview room that Brice was throwing him under the bus and blaming him for all the murders?
I would have to refer to the interview. If you have it, I would be happy to refer to it. If you could show me the page and information, that'd be great.
Thank you, ma'am. And this is a long transcript, Detective, that I've turned to the page of where I believe that You said that.
Can I?
Help.
Can I?
Sure, sure.
Thank you
Feel
so
free
much.
to, feel free to
I
look.
appreciate it. Thank you. Are you sure this was me and not Sergeant Lesher, ma'am?
This was from the first interview on May the 24th, but during the second part,
Right, I believe that was Sergeant Lesher.
you were, but you were present
No, ma'am, I was observing.
from another room?
Yes, ma'am. I don't believe this was me. I believe that was Sergeant Lesher. I could be mistaken because their names are not on there. Our transcripts have names.
I understand. But you will acknowledge that that was said to Mr. Rhodes, or excuse me, to Mr. Carter.
As an investigative tactic, absolutely.
Thank you. Can you remind me what it was? I'm sorry. Judge, my question was that to Detective Tonelli that isn't it true that Mr. Carter did not mention Brice Rhodes being involved in the murders of Larry and Maurice until after one of the detectives told Mr. Carter that Brice had been throwing him under the bus? Thank you. But we just watched Mr. Rhodes' interview and you did interview Mr. Rhodes.
Yes,
And that was not true, was it?
I'm sorry, what?
That Brice had thrown Anwan Carter under the bus.
We use investigative tactics to gather the truth, ma'am.
Ma'am, but sir, but I'm asking you if it is true that when you told Mr. Carter that, had Brice Rhodes actually thrown him under the bus? Was that true? A true statement to Mr. Carter?
But ma'am, I was not the one that conducted the interview.
Detective Tonelli, you conducted the interview. Was it true or not?
But I wasn't the one that stated.
You know if it was true or not, don't you?
Oh, yes, yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
please
I'm sorry.
answer.
I was confused about, I apologize. Yes, no, it was not true.
And Brice hadn't actually said anything about Anwan Carter at that point.
No, ma'am.
And to persuade Anwan to talking to you, you also, or possibly Sergeant Lesher, told him, don't worry about the truck you stole. We're not concerned about that.
I don't know if he said that, ma'am. I would have to see the transcript, but I'm sure another investigative tactic that we would use is to lessen a lesser crime to get to the murder of children.
You also told Mr. Rhodes, I believe, that there was a video of him in the Charger, and that wasn't correct either, was it?
No, that was an investigative tactic, ma'am.
You also told Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, in an effort to get them to talk, that you had collected a back seat, correct?
That's possible. I don't remember and don't recall.
During the interviews, there were several of Anwan Carter, several names, other names came up. Is that true? In the course of his conversation, a lot of names were thrown out there, correct?
I'm not sure, ma'am. I'm 7 years ago, but if you gave me the transcript, I'd be more than happy to look through it.
Well, let me ask you specifically, do you remember him telling you that when Larry and Maurice were killed, that there was at one point 2 black men and a white woman there?
Yes,
And do you remember him also talking about a light-skinned man that was there?
I believe in the context in which you're speaking, and I'm not trying to confuse the situation, he was describing the 2 that he had mentioned before. So he was saying there was 2 other gentlemen there, a light-skinned individual and a dark-skinned individual and a white female, and the white female had left before anything.
But that's not what he told you. That's your interpretation of it, correct?
I believe that's what he told me. If it's my interpretation, that's what I told him.
He also told you that his cousin Q had dropped him off that night.
Yes,
And you did not push him. Isn't it true? You did not push him about any of these people, whether it be their identity, their alibi, like you did when he brought up the name Brice Rhodes.
No, ma'am, that's not true, because in the, later on, months on the road, when we did the third interview with Mr. Carter,
Right.
we also did the photo pack and got another individual that was involved in the crime. And
But my question to you, Detective, is you testified that someone had told Anwan Brice is throwing you under the bus. You didn't tell Mr. Carter, these other people are throwing you under the bus, or even try to find out who the light-skinned person was that was there, I think is what you testified a while ago, that you never found out.
well, ma'am, we can't invent people. We have to go off the evidence that's presented before us. We take that evidence, we research it, and then we go forward. If we can't find anything, we definitely can't invent it.
So Anwan and Ja'Cory were able to describe all of these people that were there except for this one individual? Is that fair to say?
I mean, ma'am, they did the best, I guess, the best they could with the description, as far as, it's just like the white female. We don't know who she is. They described it as a white female and a light-skinned male and a dark-skinned male.
Detective, you wrote an investigative report in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar with that report?
Fairly familiar, yes, ma'am.
Let me find it here. You have a copy of that with you
I do,
today?
ma'am. Thank you.
The date on page 1 of your report is listed as what?
May 22nd, 2016.
And that's, I'm assuming, when you started the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what that date reflects?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you flip, officer, to page 10 of your report,
Yes, ma'am.
there is a spot at the very end.
Page 10 of my report,
Yes,
of my investigative letter.
yes.
I have page 9.
I'm looking at page 10 that says conclusion.
Okay, that's 9.
Is it a different number?
Yes,
Mine says 10, I apologize.
Yes.
On that page, on the last page of your report, we'll call it, there is a spot that says investigator signature and supervisor signature.
Mhm.
And you did not sign that, correct?
It's signed. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the copy that I have, so I may approach the witness. You may. Does not purport to have any signature on it, correct? On my copy.
Not in your copy.
This is the only copy I've ever seen.
Okay.
So I don't have any way of telling when this report ended. And I don't have any way of telling if it was approved by your supervisor. Is that typically what these signatures are for?
No,
What
we
is,
don't.
what is the signature at the end of the document for then?
As you can, on my copy right here, you can see, you sign it and put your code number, and then your supervisor signs it and puts their code number.
Prior to the date, May 22nd, 2016, there weren't any suspects in the Christopher Jones murder, as far as you know. I know you said that you were not lead detective.
I didn't do anything on that case. I honestly don't know.
To your knowledge, was Brice Rhodes a suspect in that case at that point on May 22nd?
Like I said before, ma'am, I have no idea.
I think your testimony a while ago was that you first learned that Christopher Jones, that you thought these two incidents were related, not up until this point, right?
Correct. Like, I didn't know they were related at all until the interviews were conducted, and then I made the phone call to Brian Griffin because I had no information about his case.
On page, well, I know our page numbers appear to be a
That's
little
okay,
bit
ma'am.
different.
We'll do the best we can.
On page 8 of my report,
Okay, what's the title?
subsequent investigation,
Okay, ma'am.
do you see that part?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that part of your report is where you talk about the backseat of Bryce's car having been removed in an attempt to possibly hide evidence of a crime, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that report, you reported that the back seat was recovered from a dumpster fire, correct?
That is what I knew at the time.
You talked about testifying at the preliminary hearing in this case on June the 3rd of 2016, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would have been the month following the deaths in this case, correct?
Well, that would have been like 7 or 8 days.
Right, but the following month.
Yes.
And you testified at the preliminary hearing, and the testimony is an effort to continue charging Brice with these accusations.
It's called a PC hearing, yes, ma'am.
Hey, Cracker Barrel cheese. Tonight's the night. And boy, you are going to shine. Bold, rich, and smooth. Wow, that's impressive. Cracker Barrel cheese. Impressive every time.
And that wasn't true either, was it?
At that point, with the information that we had, I believe that I don't know, that's 7 years ago, ma'am. I don't know if we knew of the other 2 participants transporting the bodies with Brice or not. I can't remember.
After that, in July, following month after preliminary hearing, July 13th, 2016, you testified to the grand jury, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was also under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had sworn to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You told the entire grand jury that you had located where Brice dumped the back seat, correct?
Yes, and during that grand jury, the only thing I can say is that in the preliminary hearing, PC hearing, I caveated with the statement that we believe we have the back seat. It's in the transcript. We believe we have the back seat. We're waiting for the forensic analysis. Up until that point, and when I went to the grand jury, and testified that we had the back seat. I did not put the caveat in there, but I had not received the CSU reports, and I was going on good faith of the information that I had received during the investigation.
I said I wasn't going to use that, but I think the jury can still see it. Feel free to move it if you need to. Yeah, I just want to, you had a lot going on.
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds like.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I think that's fair to say that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are just physically unable to be everywhere at one place, right?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that you may not know approximately, you may not know exactly, but if you can tell the jury approximately, if this is correct, that there were about, when I looked through the evidence, there were about 41 law enforcement officers involved in this case, 27 lab techs, 7 property clerks, for a total of around 75 people that are even just listed, not to mention the ones that weren't. Is that fair assumption to say that many people were involved in investigating? And
I don't want to speak to numbers, ma'am. I can't. I mean, if you looked at it, I mean, I don't think you would lie. So I don't know.
And you cannot monitor every single one of these people 24/7 as to what they're doing and if they're doing it appropriately, correct?
Correct, but we are all trained the same way, and we are all doing the very best job, especially when we're dealing with such a heinous situation.
And one of the biggest things it sounds like that you guys had going on was communicating information back and forth during this busy time, right? I mean, is that fair to say? You had to talk to each other.
Information is constantly flowing, but you got to remember that this is not the only case that's going on.
Right.
I mean, yes, information is flowing, but it's not the only case.
So you told the jury today that you testified to the preliminary hearing in June of 2016.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury in July of 2016.
Correct.
Do you remember 3 years later, in September of 2019, this court held an evidentiary hearing?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I do, ma'am.
And do you recall the judge specifically asking you, what evidence are you going to bring up to the courtroom for this hearing?
Absolutely.
And so 3 years after you had told the grand jury that you had a backseat,
Mhm.
you told this court, I'm going to bring the backseat up to the courtroom, Judge.
That is not what I said, ma'am.
Tell us what you said.
We were inside the court. It was at the end of the court. We were trying to decide because there was over 200 pieces of evidence inside this case. And the judge asked, what's the biggest piece of evidence you have on the spot? And I was thinking and racking my brain. And I said, I don't know, the back seat, the carpet. I don't know, sir. And that's exactly how it went down. It was a misspeak, if you will. But I didn't, at that point, was not under oath, didn't say anything of that nature, just blurted it out.
And there's no backseat.
No, no, ma'am, there is not.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Can you all approach just for a moment? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Jones-Brown.
When we were here in court 3 years after the fact, talking about evidence to bring up, how often, how many murder cases did you have while you were in homicide, of which you were lead?
Over 8 that I was lead on, over 9, I don't know.
And then how many did you assist on?
We had, I think, somewhere around 100, over 125 homicide cases. And if you were working, you were involved. Unless you were presently investigating a case at that moment, if you were working, you were involved. If you had downtime, you were involved. Overtime, you were involved. So a lot.
And when did you all also have overdoses?
Oh, yeah. And suicides and overdoses and death investigations.
And how many overdoses were there at that period?
No idea.
Did you all have shootings, or was that separate?
Okay, so shootings were separate.
And by shootings, we mean where people are shot.
Yeah, we call it non-fatal. They didn't die. Yes, they were included in homicide and we assisted with them, but we were not the lead detectives in those non-fatal shootings.
So in this case, you learn from, did you say Lieutenant Kessinger?
Lieutenant Kessinger.
Lieutenant Kessinger, that Peters has identified the dumpster where he thinks there's a backseat.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know, was Peters talking about an intact backseat like you would extract from a minivan, or was he talking about fabric cut out of a backseat that would be in a smaller car? Or did you know?
I didn't know.
Okay.
And I honestly couldn't recall.
Okay. And when you thought that the backseat had been part of the many items recovered from the dumpster, did you return to this case to confirm what had been recovered and sent to the lab?
No.
Did you just let things happen at the lab?
Yeah.
And why is that?
Because, well, first of all, our CSU techs, it's a controlled and very much, we don't have access. We can't just walk down and walk in there and look at evidence. It's not how it works because it's evidence. So when that starts motion, the lead detective does not have access to it unless he's accompanied or let in there to get access to it. So there's no way that you wait for the CSU reports to come to you.
And so while this is going on, do you like call the lab every week to see what's going on?
No, actually, well, we all know at that point with the situation that we have at the lab, it's about a year out before we get any results from the lab itself. So we're not calling because every time we call, we're taking away from their time at the lab. So we don't call.
And would it have made any difference to your analysis of this case, the arrest that you made, the investigation that you took, if you had realized that what Peters found in that dumpster was blankets and sheets and not a backseat?
No, absolutely not.
When you got information about where the backseat was from Mr. Carter, did you attempt to walk him through did you pull up a map on a cell phone and attempt to find it?
Yes, in the interview, we were trying to locate it as best we possibly could. We were expanding. I mean, everything.
Do you wish you had the backseat?
Yes.
When you interviewed Mr. Carter and he told you of these, well, how many people did he tell you were also involved that we have not?
That we have not.
That we have not heard from in court?
That we have not. Okay.
Or heard. All right, he said Brice Rhodes was involved, right?
Yes.
He said, obviously Maurice and Larry were there.
Corey Taylor.
Okay. Who else did he say?
He said that a dark-skinned male, a light-skinned male were involved.
Okay. And he said a female who left.
Who
was not
left
involved.
before anything started.
What information did he give you about the dark skin?
I would have to recall, I would have to look at it, but I'm paraphrasing here, and please forgive me. I know he told us it was a dark-skinned individual, and he might have, I believe he said he might have recognized him from one of Brice's videos.
Were there YouTube rap videos out?
Yes,
And was he able to direct you to a video so that you could see a picture of this man?
yes.
Okay. And is that how you identified the dark skin? Who will call the dark skinned male?
That's how we went forward with it, to try and find the dark-skinned male. Once we were able to do that, we contacted, I believe it was KSP, and created a photo pack, and Anwan Carter was able to pick him out of the photo pack.
Was he able to give you this sort of information about who we will refer to as the light skinned male?
No, said he did not know him, did not who he was, had never seen him before.
Did you ever get any more information than light skinned male?
No, I did not.
During the interview with Anwan, you were asked whether other people were identified, such as Q Taylor. Did somebody interview Q?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all have any reason to get Q involved in this case for dropping his friends off, cousins off at a place where, as far as they knew at that time, a party was going to happen?
No.
Okay. As to the police car on the Mazda, was the whole Mazda shipped to the lab?
No.
How do you all get possible DNA from a vehicle to the lab?
We swab it.
And what do you, for each swab, and have you seen these swabs take place? For each swab, do they swab the whole car or do they just swab a spot?
You swab specific points. You have a control swab, and then you have another swab. You moisten the other swab it, and they're kept separate in a separate box for each one.
And we heard from the lab tech a discrete number of swabs were sent.
Yes. Yes,
ma'am. The shoes, so you had a shoe print at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you asked the lab, or somebody from homicide asked the lab to test that against certain items, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did they test that against?
I believe they tested against other shoes that were collected.
How many shoes that were collected did you know were associated with Brice Rhodes?
Actually, I don't know if any of them were. Maybe one.
Well, was he wearing shoes when he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay, were those shoes sent?
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay. Did you all go back to Haight Avenue and collect shoes?
I don't believe so.
Have you reviewed the search warrant? Is there a page at the end of a search warrant where
Yes.
you list what was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any
I can get
shoes, were any shoes collected from Haight Avenue?
No.
Thank you. No further questions. Judge Mayor? Yes. I just have
Quick question for you that I want to clarify something for the jury.
Sure, ma'am.
You testified when Ms. Jones-Brown was just, or originally questioning you today. You mentioned something called Cellbrite. And you said the Cellbrite machine wasn't working.
No, it was working. It just wouldn't read the phone. It's in Mickey Khan's letter. If you can refer to that, he is the individual, Detective Khan is the individual that did the analysis on the.
Okay. Can you tell the jury just what is Cellbrite?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not a Cellbrite. I'm not a Cellbrite certified.
I know, but do you know what it is?
Yeah.
What kind of evidence you can get from it, or what is? Just give them a general idea. It doesn't have to be a.
Sure. If the Cellbrite machine hooks up to the cell phone, it can do a download from the cell phone of information. I can't get into the specifics because I get a disc, a download disc or a copy of whatever, and then it's interpreted for me.
And if that machine had worked, you said you tried to use it. Whose phone did you try to?
Maurice's.
Maurice's. And if it had worked, it would have shown who Maurice had texted, what websites he had visited, his contacts, his documents, his downloads, all of that kind of thing, correct?
I don't know if it
You
would
don't
show.
know if that's no, I'm talking about, is that the normal kind of information you receive from a Cellbrite report?
At that time, in 2016, I don't know. I really don't know because it's been so long. Nowadays, when we do a download on a phone, yes, that information is available now because we use a similar, it's no longer called Cellbrite, but we use a similar machine now. I'm in Robert. We use a similar machine now that gives us all that information. If you're asking me if we were accessing that information in 2016, I don't recall, ma'am.
Do you recall if you attempted to run Cellbrite information on anybody else's phone, Mr. Rhodes' phone, anything? Anybody else involved in the case?
I do not recall. No.
No further questions. All right, Detective Snelly, you can step down. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to break. I just want to ask the lawyers one scheduling thing, if you don't mind to come up. So all right, and just to be clear, does the Commonwealth have any further witnesses?
Your Honor, that is the case for the Commonwealth.
All right, thank you very much. We are going to go ahead and break. I'm going to read the full admonition to you again. Maybe we'll all know it by heart at the end of this. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here within the four walls of this courtroom. During this trial, you must not use search engines, websites, blogs, or any other electronic tools to conduct any research about this case, post information about this case, or help you deliberate on this case. During the course of the trial, do not communicate online with anyone connected to the trial, including witnesses, counsel, other jurors, and experts. Do not record or photograph any part of these proceedings. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court. Now, on Monday, I have some other court issues completely unrelated to this case that I have to deal with. So what we're gonna do is have you not come Monday until 12:30. So, have your lunch before you come, because we'll just be taking short, restroom walk around breaks after that. So be back Monday outside these courtroom doors, the courtroom 703 at 12:30 p.m. Please try to be on time so we can get started. And we are still very much on track to have you done well before next Friday. Okay. All right. Thank you all. Oh, thank you for moving that. Sorry. Just a second. Judge, I have a motion. Just one moment, please. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I am moving the court to direct a verdict for the defendant and dismiss this case on the basis that no reasonable jury could make a finding of guilt on the basis of the evidence that has been presented by the Commonwealth. Judge, the Commonwealth has not met its burden of proof by proving every element of every charge in the indictment, and I don't believe that any reasonable juror could infer otherwise.
Is that just a general DV to all charges?
Yes, to every,
Okay.
to every.
You don't want to address any charge in particular?
Specifically, no, I'm saying every element of every charge in the indictment has not been met.
Okay, that's the none. I think in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, there has been, I certainly cannot find that they've not met a single element. That's why I'm like, do you not have a more particular motion? Which I'm willing to hear, but
Judge, the biggest basis of the motion would be that the unreliability of the witnesses, that the witnesses have all given different statements and no juror could be able to rely on those.
can you tell me which witnesses you're referring to?
The co-defendants specifically.
Okay. Given the evidence thus far, I certainly agree that it is a fair game for the defense to argue the credibility of those witnesses. However, for purposes of directed verdict, and Mr. Rhodes, I want you to know this as well, for purposes of directed verdict, the law requires the court review the evidence that's been presented so far in the light most favorable to the state. And I do believe that throughout the last few days, or 4 days, I guess, that the state has produced through testimony and other evidence when viewing it in the light most favorable to them, enough evidence that they would survive a directed verdict motion. I don't find that any particular element is lacking, nor has that been brought to my attention. Anything else?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. We need, yeah.
Yes, we have an issue.
Okay.
Since there's no way, can we do it over the?
Yes, of course. Do you want this on the record?
Sure.
Yes, actually, I can do that as soon as we're done. If you have like a, yeah.
We would request the same.
Sure. Do you all have a thumbs
I
up?
believe we do. Yeah.
If you do, great. If not, I can give it to you Monday or something. I might even be able to burn it.
I imagine it needs to be pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Tom.
That's what I was just thinking. I was thinking, well, I might be able to burn it, but I don't think a disc would be big enough. Can I go ahead and direct this up and start it?
So I wasn't, this is my first.
All right.
Ask your doctor about Nubeca.
Everything, right?
I think I've answered.
I think that question is vague. I think that's
Sustain.
So that's okay. I want to talk a little bit about your compensation, Mr. Ludwig. What's your hourly rate?
I charge $2.75 an hour to review material and write reports.
About how many hours have you billed in this case?
I don't have that exact number in front of me.
Okay. Can you estimate for me about how many hours you've worked on this case?
Again, I don't have that exact information in front of me. It's on my invoices, which I don't have in front of me.
How long have you been working on this case? Time duration?
Oh, I think it's been over a year or so.
So have you worked roughly 20 hours, roughly 40 hours, 300 hours? Just a rough approximation.
So I could take what I've billed so far and divide it, which will give you those hours. Is that a practical way of doing this?
Sure. Do you have your invoices handy?
They were shown to me. So I have billed at this point $17,400, and you can divide that by my lower rate of $250, and that will give you the number of hours.
Okay. So when was the last time you sent a bill in for that that totaled up to that $17,000?
It's been a while. I don't know that number, sir, or that date.
So safe to say there's what, a few months of work that you've been doing after that?
Yes, in preparation for this trial, yes.
So best estimate, your total bill for all of this altogether is going to be what, $40,000?
Oh, no.
30?
Oh, no. At this point, it's 17.4, so it'll probably be under 20.
Okay. I've got a few questions about some of the facts that you mentioned in your report. In your report, you write, Mr. McLean cannot be seen in any of the police body camera while he is on the ground. I read that correctly, didn't I?
You did, and that's.
So my question was, I read that correctly from your report.
My answer is, you read that correctly, but it's incorrect what I wrote.
That was going to be my next question. What you wrote was wrong.
That's correct.
You also wrote in your report, police officers are heard telling him to stop biting us. I read that correctly from your report, right?
Yes.
That's also incorrect. They never are bitten and they never yell, stop biting us.
So I don't know. I obviously got that from somewhere, so I don't know where I got that from. I don't know if that was from an interview. I'm not sure.
Well, you say it's police officers are heard telling him stop biting us. So where did you get that information from?
Do I have a reference? A lot of times I reference stuff in my report. What page are you talking to? And Judge, may I look at my report, sir?
You may.
What page are you referring to?
I'm referring to page 11. Oh, sorry, wrong passage. Oh yeah, I am referring to page 11. In the second paragraph, it's the same sentence we were just talking about.
Oh, I see.
You say, although Mr. McLean cannot be seen in any of the police body camera while he's on the ground, numerous times police officers are heard telling him to stop resisting, don't do it, and stop biting us. You don't know where you got that information that they said, stop biting us, do you?
I don't reference, a lot of times I reference stuff, but I didn't reference in this particular case, so I'm not sure.
And testifying here before the jury today, you have no idea where you got that information.
That's correct at this point, yes.
You're not sure if you just confabulated that and made it up.
That's not usually my demeanor, but I think you conflate what I'm saying here, and that is that I'm not sure. So I would have to go back. I might have picked it up out of an interview. I'm not sure. And I made reference to a camera.
Well, it's kind of important information, right? Because if Mr. McLean is biting people, that bears on scene safety.
That's correct. Yes.
If he's not biting people and he's apologizing to them and saying, please help me, that's a very different situation.
Yes.
And you also say in your report, sir, that Mr. McLean's airway was compromised because of saliva and a small amount of emesis.
Again, which page you're referring to?
Sure. I'm talking about page 17, the third paragraph, where you say, it was noted that Mr. McLean's airway was compromised because of saliva and a small amount of emesis. Do you see what I'm talking about?
The sentence before that says after being loaded into the ambulance.
Yep.
Yep.
The emesis that we're talking about, that's that red emesis that we see on the videos, the red emesis.
Yeah, I'm referring to his vomit when I'm going to say emesis, what I'm talking about.
Sure, the red vomit that we see on the videos, that's the small amount of emesis you're talking about?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ludwig, there is a large volume of vomit streaming out of Mr. McLean when he's on the gurney, right?
I don't know if that's vomit or saliva, because that's one of the side effects of ketamine.
Well, it's red, right?
Some of it is red. But again, I don't know what the source of that redness is. If he bit his tongue or not, I'm not sure.
Okay. As far as you can tell from the video, it's all red that's streaming out of his nose and mouth.
I didn't see, it's not a well-lit video. I don't remember seeing all red.
Let's show to the witness, or show to the jury, please. Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunez's camera, starting at 01:24.
Okay. Have that ready to. Good. Do the lineman first. Hey, would you? Yeah. So we grab this, I got it. Got them. Back time on the up, straight up.
That material you see streaming out of his nose and mouth is red.
And I do see some clear fluid there too, so.
Okay.
I see some red tinge, and I also see some clear fluid, yes. So that's why I differ when you said it's all red.
Okay. There's a lot of material coming out of Mr. McLean's nose and mouth there.
Which is a side effect of ketamine.
Your Honor, objection to beyond expertise. Move to strike. He's not an expert in ketamine and was not so endorsed. And it's also non-responsive.
Sustained with respect to the last one.
There is a large amount of material coming out of Mr. McLean's nose and mouth.
Yes.
You have no idea where you got that terminology, small amount of emesis, do you?
It was based upon my observations.
Okay. Is that what you were referring to when you say small amount of emesis?
I'm referring to the salvitation and also the emesis, yes.
So, although you just described it as a large amount of material, you would say that that was a small amount of emesis.
I don't know what is saliva. I don't know what is emesis.
Well, that's exactly my point. Because if you don't know, why would you write definitively in your report that it was a small amount of emesis?
Because usually emesis is, without getting too descriptive, more, not so much fluid, as it has more substance to it. Because it usually has stomach contents.
Now, you offered some opinions earlier on the dosing of ketamine and the protocols. under the protocols that Aurora Fire was operating under, the only way that dose is allowed to be given is 5 milligrams per kilogram, right?
By the protocols, yes.
Yes. And the protocols are the only way that Aurora fire medics are even authorized to give ketamine.
That's correct, yes.
So if they're not following the protocols, it would not be an authorized use of that drug.
Objection, that calls for a legal conclusion.
Yeah.
Rephrase.
If they're not following the protocols, it wouldn't be authorized under the protocols.
Judge, I won't object to that.
On its surface, yes.
Well, on its surface, there's not like a secret protocol somewhere that says you can use ketamine under some different circumstance, is there?
No, I'm referring to how they were trained to use it, so.
Well, we'll get to that in just a second.
Sure.
Now, in terms of that 5 milligrams per kilogram, that's what's known as a weight-based dose.
That's correct, yes.
And a body weight should be estimated unless it can be obtained from the patient who actually knows what they weigh.
Our family member, if they're there.
Sure. And the way to get the weight from a patient is to say, how much do you weigh?
That's one way, yes.
It's the easiest way to do it when you're out in the field.
If you're talking to the patient and they're able to comprehend what you're saying, yes.
Sure. But in order to do that, you would actually have to try and talk to the patient at some point in time, right?
Yes.
But that's not the only way to estimate weight. I mean, you can also consult with other people at the scene.
That's correct.
Yeah. You can say, hey, EMT Bradley or DeJesus, what do you think this guy weighs?
As the lieutenant and the paramedic did, yes.
And you can ask the officers who are on top of him and actually feeling the guy, hey, how big is this guy?
That's one potential, yes.
Now, in this particular circumstance,
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
you could ask the police if they can move his clothes so you can see him better.
That's correct, yes.
You indicated on direct that you thought that this gross overestimation of weight was fine because it was so dark out and it was such a confusing situation. But if you're confused about a situation, shouldn't you as a paramedic try to get information so you're not confused?
Can you help me understand where they said they were confused?
Well, you indicated on direct that their weight estimate is obviously really far off.
Judge, I object. That's not the testimony.
Sustain.
Their weight estimate was really far off.
It was far off, but again, when you said they were confused, I don't remember any testimony or anything I read that they said they were confused about his weight.
Sure, but you said the circumstances would make it hard to judge somebody's weight.
We always are in that situation. We always are in a scenario where we try to estimate somebody's weight and we just don't guess at it. We usually try to use some type of method by which we know one of our family members, as an example, might weigh something, or a friend we know that weighs a certain amount, and we look at the body structure and we try to make an estimation on best we can based on what we know from other individuals, or even our own self.
Now, you said we don't try and guess at it. So guessing at it is bad, right?
We have no choice. We have no scales.
Didn't you just testify we don't try to guess at it?
That's correct.
Okay, guessing is bad.
We try to estimate his weight. Yeah, we don't guess. We estimate the weight. That's what I testified to.
So you also just testified, so we try and get information from other individuals.
If possible.
If possible. Here, you don't see paramedic Cooper make any attempt to ask anyone how much they think Elijah McClain weighs.
I do know that him and his lieutenant conferred.
They conferred about whether to use drugs, narcs, as they refer to it, or ketamine. They do not confer on the weight, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they agreed on the amount, so somehow they must have came to that conclusion on what the weight would have been. But again, that's up to them. So,
They agreed on the amount of 500 without ever discussing the weight. You are aware that there was
Judge, I object. That was just a statement, not a question.
Sustained.
to the best of your knowledge, they agreed on the dose of 500 without ever discussing the weight between them.
yeah, I can't remember any of that in any of the testimony or
Yeah.
anything I saw.
And you are aware that there are paramedics who just give 500 to everybody.
I don't know. No.
Well, that's discussed in the training you reviewed, right? That giving 500 to every patient is not good practice.
It's on the slides, yes.
Yeah.
But you said every paramedics just give 500 to everybody. So I don't know where that occurs at, but there was that statement on the slide, which reinforces our training, yes.
Now, the protocols for ketamine don't provide for a deviation to give a higher or lower dose based on whether they think somebody is more or less agitated, right?
That's correct, yes.
The protocols also say that if the first dose of 5 milligrams per kilogram is insufficient, that you then have to call back and get an emergency room doctor's permission to give a bigger dose.
That's correct, yes.
The protocols definitely don't train them, hey, give more than 5 milligrams per kilogram so you can avoid having to call back to the base for permission, right?
No, that's not in the protocols, no.
Okay. Now, in this case, defendant Shkuniak is the one who ordered the ketamine from the Falk ambulance.
That's a yes.
And according to his weight estimate, Mr. McLean weighed 187 pounds.
That's correct.
That's 85 kilograms.
That's correct.
Under Mr. Chikuniak's calculation of weight, the appropriate dose would have been 425 milligrams.
If you do the math, yes.
But you reviewed Mr. Chikuniak's interview that the jury saw earlier, and instead he ordered 500, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the reason he gave for ordering 500, it was the patient's agitated condition.
I believe that, I think you mischaracterized, and I'm going to answer that the two conferred and they concluded it was excited delirium, not the agitated condition.
I'm talking about Mr. Chikuniak's interview. In his interview, the reason he gives for giving 500 is the patient's agitated condition.
Judge, may I refer to my notes on the interview?
If it helps you to refresh your recollection, you may.
Thank you, sir. So at 11:49 seconds on the interview, he says that McLean exhibited signs of excited delirium. If you could point me to what point of the tape he does say that, I can look at my notes without going through the whole thing. And
Sure. Let's show the witness the transcript of the interview. It's page 3945 to 3946. You don't have that. Let me. If I can approach the witness, I can just show him the quote I'm referring to refresh his memory.
You may.
can I show you? At 11 minutes, 49 seconds, yes, he said, yes.
I know this is later. I'm sure where that is.
Okay.
So, Mr. Ludwig, the reason offered by Mr. Chikuniak for giving 500 instead of the lower dose is because of the state that he thought Mr. McLean was in and that he didn't want to call back for additional medicine later.
I'm not sure if that's what I just read and what you just showed me, so,
Okay, well, rather than back and forthing about what's
Yeah.
actually said, it's in evidence, the jury can view it. Let
okay.
me just ask you this as a general question. So if, under the protocols, if somebody upped the dose from 5 milligrams a kilogram to a higher dose, that would not be consistent with how the protocols are written.
That is correct, yes.
And if they did that because they thought the patient was presenting in a particularly agitated state, that would also not be consistent with the protocols.
Although agitation is part of excited delirium, so I'm not sure how to dissect your question, so.
If somebody changes the dose because of the level of agitation they see in the patient, that would be inconsistent with what they're trained to do in the protocols.
That would be correct, yes.
Now, you mentioned on direct this comment in the training that there was a starting trained of like 300, 400, 500 for small, medium, and large patients, right?
That's correct, yes.
And you're aware from reviewing Mr. Chambers' prior testimony and description of the training that that was taught as a starting point for evaluation, right?
That's correct. That's what he said, yes.
And a starting point means that you should do further evaluation, not just stay at the starting point.
Assuming that's what he says, and again, that's assuming what they got out of the training, yes.
I want to talk lastly just a little bit about excited delirium. Excited delirium, that's different than just somebody who is struggling with police, right?
That's correct, yes.
Just because somebody was alleged to have been resisting police doesn't mean they're suffering from excited delirium.
That's correct, yes.
The way it's described in the protocols is that the difference is that somebody with excited delirium is totally out of control, right?
Yeah, there's other descriptors in there, yes.
Okay. Well, and you offered a few descriptors on direct that the police in this case relayed that Mr. McLean was fighting them, resisting them, combative, did a push-up with the three of us on his back, his arm was up behind his head, and he was not exhibiting pain. Is that accurate?
And I think I heard superhuman strength somewhere also there.
Okay. Now, the first three of those, fighting them, resisting them, and combative, that can also be a description of somebody who is just in a struggle with police.
That's correct, yes.
It can also be a sign of somebody who's just struggling to breathe.
That is correct, if that's the case, yes.
And somebody who's struggling against their restraints, trying to fix himself, might be moving around.
Yes, I mean, I don't know, yes, I'll just answer yes to that, yes.
But the information that you mentioned about the push-up and superhuman strength, the arm behind his head, and the lack of tolerance to pain, or the lack of responsiveness to pain, all of that information was communicated to the defendant after he'd already decided to use ketamine, wasn't it?
I'm trying to remember the sequence.
So he says, in a few minutes, the ambulance gets here, we're going to give him some ketamine. And the cops say, yeah, perfect. And then they start talking about the push-up, the superhuman strength, the fact that he was not that he was acting crazy. That was all after the ketamine decision, right?
I'm trying to remember the sequence. I know there was material that was provided to him prior to the ketamine, but I'm trying to remember the sequence of all that that was provided.
I'd like to talk now about Exhibit 219, the protocol itself. When the defense asked you about that, they skipped directly to box number 3, did you think it was weird that they just skipped the first 2 steps in the protocol?
Objection to what he thinks is weird. Not
Abstained.
Okay, well, can we publish to the jury, please, Exhibit 219? And let's look at the first 2 boxes on the protocol. So the first part, this is part of the assessment, right? Determining whether the patient is agitated and whether they're a danger to themselves or others, right?
That's correct.
The second requirement of the protocol, that you attempt to reasonably address the patient concerns. That's that communication we were talking about with the patient, right?
That's correct.
Asking them, how can I help you fix yourself? How can I help you? What do you need?
That's correct. Yes.
You didn't see any attempts by these defendants to fulfill that second requirement, to attempt to reasonably address the patient's concerns with those kinds of questions.
The only thing I saw was Cooper asked if he spoke English.
Yeah.
And then the body slam occurred and he backed off.
And then the second box, assume the patient has a medical cause of agitation and treat the reversible causes. Medical causes of agitation include things like inability to breathe.
That's a possibility, yes.
It can include things like hypoxia,
Yes,
things like acidosis,
correct.
things like somebody who has aspirated into their lungs.
And I'll just add the first 3 you mentioned are part of excited delirium because that's what happens. They go into metabolic acidosis. But yes, aspiration into the lungs.
Okay. You didn't see any evidence that any of these defendants tried to treat any reversible causes of medical agitation.
No, their approach was, if you look at the gray box, which nobody has addressed, the general guideline, that was their approach, which is in their protocols.
Big.
I'm just answering your question, sir.
My question was, you didn't see any steps to address medical causes of agitation that might be reversible.
That's correct, because they're following their protocol.
This box comes before give ketamine, doesn't it?
And so does that gray box on the right.
Sure. The gray box is present all the time. Everybody
Yes.
should be safe.
That's correct.
But before you get to ketamine on this flow chart, you got to go through boxes 1 and 2 first.
But that is correct. But that gray box applies to the whole protocol. I just want you to understand my answer, sir.
Now, take this down. You testified on direct that the optimal way to monitor Elijah McClain was to take him to the ambulance. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was the best course of action to apply what was in their protocol when we speak about monitoring and suctioning and so forth.
I mean, the optimal way to monitor somebody is to have the stuff right next to them, right?
If you had the equipment, yes.
Yeah, which would require you to actually get it out.
Which I described that earlier. There was multiple steps to do that.
If you have things immediately available, you can intervene immediately.
That is correct, yes.
You don't have to wait 6 minutes until somebody's in the back of the ambulance.
I don't, my review didn't, from the time he's on the stretcher to the ambulance is not 6 minutes.
Now, the final thing I want to talk with you about is some of the excited delirium symptoms that you pointed out. In your report, you rely on a study describing the rate of incidence in excited delirium symptoms. And you quote it from a Pennsylvania protocol that's referring to a study from the American College of Emergency Physicians. Is that right?
Yeah, if you, again, point me to the page in the report.
Judge, I'm going to object to this anyway. It's outside the scope of direct.
And Judge, they asked him about excited delirium symptoms. So I'm following up on the foundation of that opinion.
I asked specifically as it related to Aurora protocols, not national standards.
This isn't about protocols, or this isn't about national standards. This is about the credibility of his opinion that Mr. McLean was suffering from excited delirium.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Now, Mr. Ludwig, I want to talk about some of those specific symptoms with respect to what you believe about them. First, you believe that it is a symptom of excited delirium that people who have it will not tire as they're fighting against restraint.
No, I believe I said there's peaks and valleys, sir.
One of the symptoms that you list in your report for excited delirium is lack of tiring against restraint, right?
That's what the literature indicates, yes.
And you think that 90% of excited delirium patients lack tiring against restraint.
I was citing what the literature said, yes.
Okay.
But again, there's peaks and valleys.
So lack of tiring 90% of the time?
That's what's in the literature, yes.
What is that literature you're relying on, sir?
I'd have to go back. I footnoted some of the material. I referenced, if not footnote, I referenced it.
Is that a study done by the American College of Emergency Physicians you're referring to?
I'd have to go back and look and see where I got that material from.
Okay. Do you need to take a look at your report and refresh your memory?
What page are you referring to?
And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness for the purposes of refreshing his memory.
You may. Or you can just tell him the page. If he has a copy.
I'm referring you to the material you cited, page 3 of the Pennsylvania protocol, where it talks about where you got this information from.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to where you got that information from?
Judge, I don't believe this is proper impeachment at this point in time. It's well outside the scope of my direct.
I'm refreshing him, not impeaching him. And he testified that these are his criterion for excited delirium that he relied upon in his report. And he's just trying to refresh his memory as to where he got the information from that he relied upon.
Well, that's not the way I recall the direct examination with respect to his general thoughts. It is in the report, but the court will find that that goes beyond the scope of the direct examination.
Okay, so, sir, without reference to any of those materials there, you also believe that tactile hyperthermia is a symptom of excited delirium. Is that correct as well?
That is one, yes.
And you believe that that occurs with a rate of 95%. Is that accurate?
That's what the literature.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope. I didn't go into percentages of something occurring. I briefly touched on what was related to him by police officers and whether those were signs and symptoms in Aurora's protocol. Just because it's in his report, I don't think that makes it within the scope of direct.
Judge, can I briefly respond?
Yes.
This witness has asserted over and over again that this is an excited delirium situation, that Mr. McLean was exhibiting the signs of excited delirium, and that therefore it controlled the actions of the paramedics here. And that's why they were in protocol. So cross-examining him on what he thinks the symptoms are and how frequent they are goes to the credibility of his opinion, and it goes to whether or not his opinion is valid or not.
I didn't go into percentages. I don't believe this goes to his credibility. I touched on what some of the signs and symptoms are. I didn't go into all of those signs and symptoms. This is outside the scope of my threat. If you wanted to ask about how Aurora Protocol, what they set forth as signs and symptoms, which is what I specifically addressed with this witness on my direct.
Sustained.
Now, for a paramedic to judge whether or not somebody has tactile hypothermia, you actually have to touch them.
That's correct, yes.
Outside of Mr. Cooper injecting the ketamine, you're not aware of a single time that anyone from the fire department touched Mr. McLean prior to moving him to the gurney.
On the video, I see Cooper as prior to injecting, as he kneels down to inject the ketamine, he's touching his skin and checking for a carotid pulse. So he is touching it. So I'm going to answer that I'm not sure if that's accurate when you say they didn't touch him.
All right, let's show to the witness, please. Actually, before we get there, Mr. Ludwig, you are testifying under oath that you believe Mr. Cooper checked the carotid pulse as he was administering the ketamine?
That's what it looks like to me. He's touching his skin and checking the pulse. It's what it looks like to me with his, I'm trying to think which hand it was.
Yeah. So when you check the carotid pulse, that's when you put two fingers up against the neck.
Yes,
Is your sworn testimony that that's what you think Mr. Cooper is doing?
that's how it appeared to me.
Okay. That he's placing two fingers on Mr. McLean's neck to check his pulse while he gives him the ketamine.
Yeah, I can see his hand placed there. I can't see exactly the two fingers on the neck. It's somewhat obstructed, but my opinion is he's checking for the carotid pulse.
If you're checking the pulse, the only way to do it is to put two fingers on the neck.
That's correct.
And it's these two fingers, your index and middle finger.
Correct.
Okay. Are you confident that's what you viewed?
That's how it appears to me.
In your report, you never discuss this alleged check of Mr. McLean's pulse, do you?
No, I did not know, sir.
That would have been extremely important information to mention in your report.
He mentions that he's tachycardic. He relays that to the paramedic from Falk. I believe he said that in his interview. There's only one way, which I do mention in my report, that he's tachycardic. There's only one way that I saw that he got that was checking the carotid.
Exactly. Because Mr. Cooper says that Mr. McLean is tachycardic, and the only way he could know that is if he actually checked his pulse.
Correct.
Okay, so in your report, you talk about this tachycardic representation. It would have been extremely important to explain how he got that information.
Yeah, I would say that's your opinion. I wrote my report at 17 pages long. There's a lot of detail in my report and some nuance I might have left out. It's your opinion that would have been important. I guess that's the best way to answer it.
Well, the best way to give your sworn testimony to this jury is to tell them what your opinion is. Are you saying whether or not they actually ever even took McLean's pulse is just a little nuance that wasn't important to include in your report?
No, I think what was important in the report was that Cooper describes him as being tachycardic.
Because you discuss all the other attempts to get vitals by looking at them in detail in your report, right?
I'm not sure how, again, I think you mischaracterized how I'm writing things, but I do describe what their actions were.
Now, just want to get this straight. If Mr. McLean is lying on his side and Mr. Cooper reaches down to take his pulse, these two fingers, like you said, he would place it, what, like right about here on Mr. McLean's neck?
Yes, sir.
If we could please, let's publish to the jury Mr. Green's body worn camera. Starting at 01 or 0055, I think. Sorry, 0055. Sorry, could you rewind about 10 seconds? Oh, other way around, sorry, fast forward 10 seconds at a time. Okay. If you could rewind 2 seconds, please. 47. Now, Mr. Ludwig, one of Mr. Cooper's hands is holding a needle, right?
That's correct, yes.
So if his other hand is using two fingers to check his pulse, it would have to be the other hand, right?
Yes.
Let's start the video.
Rugger right behind his ear.
You can clearly see that other hand, right?
Yes.
All four fingers are splayed flat on Mr. McLean's shoulder.
Yeah, that was how I interpreted he was checking the carotid.
So fair to say you were wrong.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell from this vantage point.
Can you rewind 1 second? Can you play it in slow-mo? Stop. Mr. Ludwig, all four fingers of his hand splay down flat on Mr. McLean's shoulder.
From this vantage point, yes.
It is literally impossible for him to be taking a carotid pulse from the shoulder.
Yeah, I interpreted that as he was checking the carotid pulse when I watched that video.
Okay. So fair to say you were wrong, and he did not check a carotid pulse here.
I think it's fair to say that I misjudged what I was looking at.
And that he did not take a carotid pulse here.
It appears that way, yes.
And that opinion is offered in your reasonable degree of certainty as an expert witness in this case and as a paramedic with 35,000 calls under your belt.
Yes.
That's all I have for you, sir.
Thank you.
Why don't we go ahead and start the redirect for 15, 20 minutes?
Mr. Ludwig, you were asked some questions about you were viewing the body worn camera, and when fire medic Cooper asked a question whether Elijah McLean, do we know if he speaks English? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And in answer to that, you were asked part of what the officer said. What did the officer say in response to that?
Again, I don't want to I can look at my notes, but I believe he said he doesn't speak English, but he's not making any sense.
He doesn't, or he does speak English,
He does speak English.
but he's not making any.
He's not making any sense.
Did Elijah McClain, is that the point at which he said, I can't fix myself?
I believe it's shortly thereafter, yes.
What was the officer's response to either Mr. McClain saying that or whether Mr. McClain was moving? What did the officer do at that point?
I believe that's the point where the officer body slammed him.
And did Jeremy Cooper then say, let's just leave him there until the ambulance gets here?
That is correct, yes.
He doesn't say, stop hurting him, but he does say, let's.
I'll sustain the leading objection.
You were asked about whether he told officers to stop doing that. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you don't dispute, he didn't say, stop doing that, correct?
I'm not disputing that, no.
Did he say, let's just leave him there?
He did.
To the officer?
He did, yes.
I can rephrase it, Judge.
Okay, that's just a little part.
Where is Fire Medic Cooper when he says that, let's just leave him there?
Next to the patient and the police officers.
And who is he looking at when he makes that statement?
He's looking at the police officers.
Given that he's trying to see if he can communicate with the patient, and the response is the patient gets body slammed to the ground, why would you do that again? Why would you go and try to do the exact same thing you did? Objections made.
Sustain.
Is it a concern for a paramedic on the scene to make sure the patient doesn't become further agitated?
Absolutely. Our goal is to help the patient, not escalate the issue.
Have you had situations where interacting with the patient itself could cause agitation or has caused agitation?
That is correct, yes.
The one effort where Fire Medic Cooper approaches and asks about speaking English, in your opinion, did that cause both police and Mr. McClain to become more agitated?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a cause and effect.
When there's an
I'm sorry.
objection, you need to wait.
I'm sorry.
Response.
I'm asking for his opinion based on what he saw and heard, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
How quickly after Mr. Fire Medic Cooper asked the question was the officer body slamming Mr. McClain to the ground?
It was shortly thereafter.
With the experiences you've had in the past of trying to speak to a patient and the patient becoming more agitated, would you repeat that process? Judge, the objection earlier was that I wasn't referencing something specific. I'm referencing specific instances in this witness's experience and eliciting his opinion based on those.
Sustain the objection.
Mr. Ludwig, is there any protocol, Aurora Fire Department protocol in August of 2009 for bringing equipment to a scene?
No, there is not.
I think you meant 2019.
I'm sorry, thank you, Judge. 2019? In August of 2019, was there a protocol that specified bringing equipment to the scene?
I did not see that, no.
Was there any protocol that specified what equipment had to be brought to a scene?
No, I did not see anything like that.
Or when equipment must be brought to a scene?
I saw nothing in the protocols reflecting that.
And as I showed you earlier, what's been admitted as Exhibit 225 indicates patient must be placed on cardiac monitor, capnography, and pulse oximetry during transport. Is that correct? And what he was asked during cross was about bringing equipment to a scene and how practical it was to bring equipment to a scene. And the witness was trying to answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
That's your understanding of what's been admitted as Protocol 9175 from Aurora Fire Department. Is that correct?
That's in the protocols from the medical director, yes.
That's the one protocol that you're aware, I'm sorry, are you aware of any other protocols other than that one that specify when that equipment should be used?
I saw nothing that reflects that.
Is this the only protocol that specifically addresses when that specific equipment should be used or hooked up?
Objection asked.
It's a different question from what I asked, John.
I'll allow it.
Can you ask one more time, please?
Yes. Is this the only protocol you're aware of, 9175, that specifically addresses cardiac monitor, capnography, and pulse oximetry and when that should be connected?
Yes, yes.
During transport?
Yes, during transport, yes.
You were shown a still clip and you were asked about whether those were Elijah McClain's last words. Please help me. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that clip, you can see the bottom of somebody's pants with yellow tape on it. Is that right?
Yes.
Was it your testimony that you weren't sure whether Fire Medic Cooper was speaking with Lieutenant Chikuniak at that point?
I did. I vacillated because I wasn't sure. And then I eventually answered, yes, I thought that was his pants. But again, I'm still unsure.
Because you can't tell from that shot whose pants those are. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'll rephrase.
You could please put that microphone a little closer unless you're going to stand up during your objections. Rephrase.
Can you tell from that clip you were shown by Mr. Slothauer whose pants those are?
No.
In your view of the body-worn camera, were both paramedics and both EMTs all wearing pants with that yellow reflective tape at the bottom?
Yes, we call those turnout pants, bunker pants, yes.
You were asked about how easy it was for officers to hold Elijah McClain on the ground. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you hear on your review of the body-worn camera, officers, including the clip you were shown, one of the clips you were shown, officers repeatedly say to Mr. McClain, "Stop fighting us"?
Yes.
Might you have misheard that when you were listening to body-worn camera and thought it said, "Stop fighting us"?
Objection.
Sustain.
Yeah, I'm not sure because
Let me ask you another question. Do you know whether or not you misinterpreted "stop fighting us" as "stop fighting us"?
I'm not sure because I'm not sure where, as I told the prosecutor, I'm not sure where that context came from. I must have picked it up somewhere. And that might be a possibility.
Did you hear officers on the body-worn camera say to Elijah McClain repeatedly, "Stop fighting us. We've told you repeatedly to stop"?
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
Does that form your opinion about how easy it was for officers to hold Mr. McClain down?
Yes.
And how does it inform your opinion?
Well, that he was continuing to fight them.
You were asked about, you were referenced to a particular page in the textbook, Emergency Care in the Streets. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the textbook?
I would like to refer to my textbook to see what it's talking about.
I'm going to refer to the exact same page, 1375, right above the paragraph that Mr. Slothauer referenced and referred the witness to.
Relevant and beyond.
Judge, I'm going to ask the witness to review this, and I'm going to seek to have him say what it says under Rule 106, Rule of Completeness.
The message I wrote there. So we can sort
Well, rule of completeness goes to written or oral statements, not textbooks. Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Ludwig, the textbook, Dr. Caroline's Emergency Care in the Streets, does it reference if you have problems with the patient deferring your primary assessment until the patient is in the ambulance?
It does, and that's in the chapter on psychiatric patients.
And that's in the same section you were referred to by Mr. Slothauer, is that right?
That is correct.
Immediately above the party referred you to.
That is correct.
So this takes the evidence
I disagree.
and also. Let's just strike that out.
Response.
Judge, he was referenced to a textbook that is cited in his report. I'm referring him also back to that textbook, no longer under 106, but his own recollection of what is in this textbook that he has read. And I referenced him to a particular passage and asked him about that passage.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
That passage was talking about a primary assessment. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Caroline's position is if you have an agitated patient, it may be wise or reasonable to defer that assessment until the patient is in the ambulance.
That's correct.
And then the next section of the book deals with the ABCs, correct?
Which is what the prosecutor directed to me to, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ludwig. I don't have further questions, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break now, but before we take our lunch break, I want to just instruct the jurors a little further. I think I've said this before, but just in case. If anybody approaches you and wishes to discuss the case, you should report it to me immediately. And I think the appropriate answer might be if somebody does try to speak with you about the case, to tell them that the judge has told you and instructed you and ordered you not to talk to them. When the case is completed, you can speak to folks as much or as little as you want to. But right now, we shouldn't be discussing the case. Decisions in this case. Thank you, and have a good lunch. If we could have you back at 1:15, please. The jurors have stepped out. Anything that we should discuss now? From the people? Oh, sure.
You arm your company with the most powerful surfer hardware you can, but now you can achieve 125 times faster processing and use up to 50% less energy. Cove SDM, the first software-defined memory solution. Achieve more at cove.com.
Do more for your business with financing from Capitus. Get new equipment. Purchase inventory. Cover renovations. Hire more staff. With our application, you can receive up to 6 customized offers, making it easy to compare and select the offer that makes the best financial sense for you and your business. Set your business up for success and compare your offers today.
Sustained.
Who was present at the autopsy on September 3rd of 2019?
Detective Lamson,
And anybody else?
a crime scene investigator.
And was a investigator there from the coroner's office?
I was not there, ma'am.
You were not there.
That is correct. I was not there.
And do you know when the first opinion came out from Dr. Sina?
Judge, this is way beyond scope.
I'm just laying foundation, Judge.
All right. I'll allow it if it's foundational.
Do you know when that first opinion came out?
The autopsy report,
Correct, sir.
I believe it was October.
Does November 7th sound right?
Okay, November 7th.
All right. So if Dr. Sina reached out to someone besides yourself, you may not know that.
That is correct.
And since this investigation in August 2014, if you had to give the jury an idea of how many investigations you have led as a lead detective, how many investigations would that be?
I think your year is wrong.
Did I say 2014? I meant 2019, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sir, since August 24th of 2019, how many investigations have you led as the lead detective?
I couldn't tell you.
No idea?
No, ma'am.
How about as a assisting detective on your team?
I was.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing you care about most is a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Correct?
Not myself. The
Sorry.
city of Aurora does.
So as a detective for APD, you have a very busy schedule, wouldn't you agree?
I have, yes, ma'am.
And you deal with some extremely violent crimes in your city,
I have, yes, ma'am.
and that has kept you very busy in the last 5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of the time that you've worked on cases, has Dr. Sina worked with you on those cases?
I have not been in the homicide unit since February, I think, 2021, ma'am. So from that date on, I couldn't tell you what Dr. Sina's done.
Do you believe that Dr. Sina could have made that request and you simply don't remember?
Sustained.
Regardless, you were not involved in getting Dr. Sina additional body worn camera in May of 2021, were you?
No,
And you don't know how he got additional body worn camera, do you?
no,
And he has not told you why he needed additional body worn camera in May of 2021, has he?
no.
I have nothing else.
Redirect.
Detective Ingwe, as a lead investigator on a death investigation, do most requests end up in your file at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And you maintain the case file for the Aurora Police Department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if there were requests made through anybody, they would eventually end up in your file, isn't that correct?
They should have, yes, ma'am.
So, and did the number of body worn cameras change between 2019 and 2021, to your knowledge?
Sustained.
Let me re-ask it. To your knowledge, did you secure all of the body worn cameras back in 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Overall.
And are those what you provided to the coroner's office?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did anybody ever request additional body worn cameras from Aurora Police through this investigation? Judge, I think that was the entire foundation of going through everybody.
I don't think so. I'll sustain that objection.
To your knowledge, Detective Ingui, the people that were listed that you worked with in the Major Crimes Bureau, to your knowledge, did any of them receive a request from Dr. Sina to have additional body worn cameras?
No, ma'am, I don't know.
Would you have expected if that request came in for it to have made it to your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, it's to what the common practice is of his file and what he would believe, not speculating about somebody else.
I'll allow it.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, I would expect to know that if something was that requested.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the witness can be excused, Your Honor.
All right. I was going to ask a clarification question.
Oh.
When did you leave the major crime unit?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
When did you leave the major crime unit?
When did I leave?
Yeah.
I believe it was February of 2021.
Okay.
Thank
Any questions, follow up?
No.
Okay. All right, the witness may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
The defense can call Patrick Costigan.
Yes. All right, that was a short conversation. Mr. Costigan, you can come on up to the witness stand. I'll swear you in. So please be seated. Because of the last panels, I'll ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. If you could please state your name, spell your last.
My name is Patrick Costigan. My last name is spelled Costigan.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Costigan, I hear you talk fast like I do, so we're going to try and keep it slow.
We'll do our best.
Okay. Can you tell this jury in 2019, how were you employed?
In 2019, I was employed as a chief trial deputy with the Adams County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And is that this jurisdiction here?
It is.
In that capacity, did you come to be involved in the death investigation of Elijah McClain?
I did.
Were you, in fact, present during the autopsy of Mr. McClain?
It was.
And when you were present during the investigation of Mr. McClain, did you hear Dr. Sina remarking on the anatomy of Mr. McClain's portions of his organs?
Yes.
And Judge, this is a perceiving witness and it's direct impeachment under 1610-201. I believe it is, Judge. I believe based.
Well, we're not going to talk about it in front of the jury. Well, first of all, from a The question was, were parts of the organ talked about, and the court would find that that is not hearsay, but let's approach and we'll discuss the rest of it.
Remember the question? Do you need me to re-ask it?
Would you please?
Sure. Do you remember Dr. Sina remarking on the organs in Mr. McLean?
I do.
Do you remember him remarking about concerns about Mr. McLean's heart or a portion of the heart?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what you remember him remarking about the heart?
Sustain.
If I can lead, I'm happy to.
I'll allow leeway.
Okay. Do you remember Dr. Sina stating that Mr. McLean's left anterior descending coronary artery was about 1 millimeter?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay.
I do remember him commenting on.
Well, hold on.
Do
That
you
wasn't the question.
Do you remember him commenting on concern over that area of the region of the heart?
I remember him expressing concern about the heart.
Okay. And do you remember him tying that concern to concern over exertion?
Sustain.
Let me ask this, as the chief investigator or chief district attorney assigned to this death investigation, did you work with Dr. Sina?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he request additional body worn camera footage from you? I'm asking if he asked it, and then I can lay further foundation for the next question.
I'll allow the question.
I attended dozens, if not more, autopsies over the course of my career in Adams County, many of them done by Dr. Sina. And I don't recall one occasion where he specifically asked me or law enforcement that was in the room with me for body worn camera.
Okay.
So I don't have any recollection of him asking for body worn camera when I was there at the autopsy.
Okay. Had he requested of you at any time, what would you have done?
Sustain.
At any point in time, did you withhold information from Dr. Sina that was requested related to this investigation?
Of course not.
Would you have?
Never.
And if it was something not within your power and control, would you have reached out to who had it to get it?
Sustain.
What would you have done if there was additional information that you could obtain that was being requested of you?
Sustain.
Let me just ask it this way. Mr. Costigan, at any point in time in the course of this investigation, did you withhold information from the coroner's office?
No.
Didn't ask it that way. And that was my final question, Judge.
All right.
Go ahead.
No.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
On behalf of Mr. Kuniak, cross-examination. May the witness be excused? All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, we would call Dr. Sundaram.
All right, if you'll come on up here to my right, and I will swear you in. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear testimony you give you're about to give and if you'll please be seated, and I will ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone to ensure that the jurors and everybody could hear you. If you'll please tell us your first and last name and please spell your name.
My first name is Srikanth, Srikanth. My last name is Sundaram, Sundaram. I go by Sri, Sri.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could I have you start by, you just stated your name, but could you introduce yourself to the jury and then tell us how you're currently employed?
Sure. I said my name is Sri Sundaram. I'm a cardiologist with South Denver Cardiology, which is at the south end of the Denver metro area. I specialize in an area of cardiology called cardiac electrophysiology, which means I'm essentially the electrician for the heart.
Okay. I'm going to go through the background, your educational background first, that enables you to hold that position. Can you start with where your undergraduate degree is from?
I went to school in St. Louis at Washington University. I had a degree in economics and art history.
And then did you go to medical school?
Yes, I went to medical school at University of Kentucky. That is home, and so I went back there for the in-state tuition.
Okay. When you were from there, did you go to Northwestern University in Chicago?
Yes, I did. I did an internship and residency in internal medicine. Then I did a cardiology fellowship, and I did a second fellowship in cardiac electrophysiology.
And I want you to elaborate a little bit on how does cardiac electrophysiology differ from just general cardiology?
Sure. So cardiology is fairly obvious. It's the study of the heart. So we study everything there is to relate it to the heart. If you look at the heart as kind of like a house, there's different systems within a house. The plumbers are the interventional cardiologists. So they deal with the plumbing of a house. Surgeons deal with the windows. Essentially, those are like the valves. And I said, I'm the electrician. I deal with the abnormal electrical problems of the heart.
So practically speaking, in your practice, how do you practice cardiac electrophysiology? What kind of procedures do you engage in a regular basis?
Sure. So the procedures I engage in are mainly ablations. And what that is where I find an abnormal electrical circuit and essentially cauterize it. So I take a wire from the groin, find the exact spot I'm going for, and I turn the laser on and zap that area. That's half of what I do. The other half of what I do is pacemakers and defibrillators. So a pacemaker is when the heart rate is too slow, and a defibrillator is when the heart rate is too fast, when a patient has a rhythms called ventricular tachycardia or ventricular fibrillation. That's what we're trying to prevent with those.
Okay. And Dr. Sundaram, if you could just slow down a little bit. The medical terms at a rapid pace are a little difficult for the.
My apologies.
No problem. You were talking about cardiac electrophysiology. How many procedures would you estimate you do over the course of, say, a year?
I do approximately 400 total procedures a year.
And are those all in the area of cardiac electrophysiology?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, well, before I go into that, I'm going to move to qualify Dr. Sundaram at this time in the areas of cardiology and cardiac electrophysiology, Your Honor.
Order.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I just want to have a clarifying question about your opinions in this case. From my read of your report, you are not making your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
No, I am basing it on my, it's my own opinion.
I understand, but you use terms like may and likely in your report. And so what I want to know is, are those opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
So you didn't say that in your report.
I'm confused. Can you, I don't understand the question.
Sure. You didn't state in your report that you were making these opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or medical probability.
Okay. All right. I was not certain. I was not aware I needed to make that to that degree.
I understand. Your Judge, at this time, Your Honor, people are objecting because we are not on notice that his opinions are to a certain degree as written in his report.
All right, response.
Judge, I'm not aware of any statute, rule, or case law that says an expert must put in his report it's to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. He has indicated he would be testifying his opinion is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, but I'm not aware of anything that says that must be set forth in an opinion. And I'm also, the case law does not require under 702 the reasonable degree of medical certainty any longer under 702. I don't.
Robert, the people should have a certain notice. So we are saying that if it allow this doctor to testify, he can testify that his opinions reached or reasonable degree of medical, not express that in his report.
All right, the court does find that based upon one criminal case and one somewhat recent civil case, specifically a state of Ford v. Eicher, that's EICHER. That's found at 220 Pacific 3rd, 939, Court of Appeals case that was preceded by People v. Ramirez at 155 Pacific 3rd, 371, Supreme Court case, and that was from 2007. That an expert's opinions do not have to be testified to with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. If those opinions were not so stated in the opinion letter or whatever it may have been, he cannot testify to that degree, but can testify that that's his opinion.
Okay. And is he being qualified then in the areas I requested, cardiology?
Cardiology and cardiac electrophysiology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I will allow the witness to explain and opine in those two areas.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Sundaram, I have with me in my hand a model of a heart.